So I don't hide that I think today is probably the most important day of the class. And I know that sounds weird in week one, but it's one of the reasons today is probably the reason that I moved agency into being the first topic in the class, because it is what we're going to cover today is such an important topic for real life purposes, but for test taking purposes. Folks, this section right here is going to be one of the true make or break sections for one of the two sections of the exam. Which section of the exam do you think is going to be make or break based on what you see here? Hint, hint. There's a big clue on the screen.
North Carolina.
North Carolina section of the exam. Folks, there are 40 questions on the North Carolina section of the exam. You want to hear something incredible? Probably 15 of those 40 questions are going to come from this one unit right here.
Yeah.
We're going to cover. It is absolutely impossible to get a real estate license in North Carolina without understanding this section. There is no doubt about it. It's probably the only section in the whole class that we can say that about. It's that important. Because this is the way that agency works specifically in the state of North Carolina. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of other states that follow the same methods that we use. I'm not saying this is only true in North Carolina, but what I'm saying is that this is going to be very heavily tested in the North Carolina section. And so we have to really be sure that you are clear on what's going on in this section. Otherwise, you're just not going to pass the North Carolina section of the test. And I don't want you to be there, because the truth is, if you don't pass the North Carolina section, you don't pass, period. Right?
Right.
You got to pass both. And so this is hugely important. And we're doing it early because I want it to be constantly something that we revisit in all our conversations. And we're going to constantly revisit. Now, to this point, we have talked about the difference between, clients and customers. And that's going to be huge. We've talked about what agency is. What one R word should immediately come to mind for you when you hear agency? Relationship. Agency is a relationship. Now, we have two types of relationships. We've only talked about two types of relationships. What are the two types of relationships that we've talked about so far?
Customer and client.
Customer or client. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yep.
Yes.
Customer or client. Our agency relationship exists with only one of those, though. Which one of those has an agency relationship with us?
Client.
Here's why I'm saying it that way. I can assure you at some point on the test, this kind of phrasing is going to pop up. Erica has created an agency relationship with Seth of Trav Talks Real Estate. What's that a fancy way of saying? Erica has done what?
Hired them.
Hired that office to represent her. Whether she's hired them as a seller's agent or she's hired them as a buyer's agent, we don't know, because we don't know what her situation is, but we know she has hired them, because we only create relationships, agency relationships, with our who? With our clients. And remember, everybody starts not as a client. What do they start out as? When we first begin a conversation, they all begin as customers. They only become clients if, after they've talked to us, they've decided, you know what, it'd be worthwhile to hire this person, this office. I want their representation. Everybody pretty good with that so far?
Yes.
Now, one of the first big lessons about how agency works in North Carolina, and this is not true in every state, but it is absolutely true here in the state of North Carolina. In most cases, clients are not going to hire a broker directly in the state of North Carolina. Now, it is possible to hire a broker directly, but only if that broker works entirely by themselves. I'm going to say that again. The only way you can hire Travis to list your house is if Travis works how?
By himself.
By himself.
Sole
As
proprietor.
yes.
Well, not only is he a sole proprietor, but he's a sole proprietor working by what?
Himself.
Because sole proprietor doesn't automatically mean you work by yourself, folks. I don't want you to
Right.
associate that, right? You know, but not only is he a sole proprietor, but he is a sole proprietor that works completely what?
For himself. No
By
company.
himself.
He doesn't have any office staff that works for him. He doesn't have an assistant. He doesn't have any other brokers that work with him. He's not bossed by anybody, and he's not the boss of anybody. He works how, folks? I cannot reiterate this enough.
Alone.
Completely alone.
Independent.
If he's got somebody that he pays to go put signs in the ground for him, can you hire him directly?
No.
No, because he doesn't work what?
Alone.
Alone. Is it going to be pretty rare to find brokers in that situation in North Carolina that do the entire thing completely by themselves with no help, no assistant, no co-brokers, nobody working with them, no boss, they don't boss anybody? What do y'all think? Is that going to be common or rare?
Very rare.
Rare.
Pretty rare.
Very rare.
Very rare.
Most of us as brokers, whether we are provisional brokers, non-provisional brokers, whether we're new, whether we've been in the business 20 years, we recognize that it takes a team in this industry, that you work with others. Think about it. My clients' transactions don't stop. When would I be able to go on vacation if I work completely solo?
Never.
Probably never. Or I'd have to make sure I didn't have any transactions going on, wouldn't I?
Right.
You know, because if I'm going to go and get on a cruise where I'm out of contact and the only point of contact for my client is me, I have right away created an agency violation. You see how the real estate commission would have a problem with that if they can't get in touch with their agent?
Yes.
So what is much more common, and this is an important mental step to get over here. What is much more common is that the client will hire an office. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
Now that could be an office of 2, or it could be an office of 22, or it could be an office of 222. But at the end of the day, the most common business arrangement for licensees in this state is to work together with other people. And when they make that choice, when the licensee makes that choice, they have given up the ability to represent people directly. Here's the thing. Legally, Seth could have made the choice to represent people independently and directly, but he did not make that choice. He made the choice to be part of a group, to be part of a team. And so to hire Seth, you have to go through the group. Does that make sense for everybody?
You can't just come and say like, hey, I really want to hire Seth solely by himself. I don't want to hire the firm that he's associated with it. It don't work that way.
And so, how he's chosen to work is he works for a firm. He could work for a sole proprietorship. And you'd still have to hire the entire what?
Firm.
The entire what? No, a sole proprietorship. You still have to hire the whole group, the whole office, right? Because he agreed to work with other people. That is most common. Janet, you had your hand up.
Yeah, a person I worked with many times, he works totally by himself, but he has his own firm, even though there's no one in it. Would that be different because
he does
has a
not
firm?
work totally by himself.
Oh, how? Well, he does.
He does not
He
totally
doesn't?
work. He does not work by himself. He has chosen to work for a company. Even if he owns the company,
Oh, okay.
chosen to work for a company.
So that's different. Okay.
That's
Even though
different.
it's his own company, because he
Even
chose
though
to be
he
a
owns the
firm.
company, even though he might be the only person in that office, because he has created a company, an LLC probably,
Yep.
and
yep.
said, I want to be hired through my LLC. He said, I don't want to work independently. I want to work for a company.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Right? Eric?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
Okay, question. I have been in the personal training industry for about 30 years, and it sounds like the concept of freelance trainers versus trainers that work in-house. Freelance, you're responsible for everything, all your marketing, cleaning the bathrooms, the whole 9 yards. And generally speaking, you work within the client's residence with certain models. But if you work within a gym, you are not considered to be freelance. You are actually contracting with the gym. So are you saying that the agent who's completely solo is more like a freelance, while anyone who works within an organization as LLC is more not employed?
It
but
doesn't
more
even have to be an
contract?
LLC. Anybody that works in anything other than completely solo, not working for a company, not as a boss, not with a boss, that is hiring a group. Even if it's a group of one, you're hiring a group. The people who work completely solo are like unicorns. They are very, very rare. They're very rare. And here's why it is so important. I love that you brought that up. Here's why it's so important to understand that, folks. Since most brokers have chosen to work in a group, if you hire Seth to list your house, are you actually hiring Seth to list your house?
No.
No.
You're
And the
hiring
firm.
his office. Now, you all keep saying firm, but here's the thing. I hope that's because you know he works for a firm. Recognize you don't know that somebody works for a firm. Just because somebody works for an office doesn't mean they work for a firm. Remember that?
Yes.
You can't look at it from the outside and tell if it's a firm. You got to see the paperwork, right? Now, you all know he works for a firm because we've told you. So it's okay in Seth's case. But let me ask you a question. Betty, who works for HPW Strickland Road, does she work for a firm or does she work for a sole proprietorship?
We don't know.
Don't know.
You don't know.
I
It's
love that
most
answer.
likely a what?
Most likely a firm.
Most likely a firm, but don't call it a firm if you don't know. Call it a what? What's the generic terminology that applies to both sole proprietorships and firms?
Office.
An office, a group, right? So when you hire Seth, you're hiring his entire what?
Group.
Office.
Group, his entire office. Is everybody with me on that?
Yes.
And here's why that's important to understand, because you're going to say you got it, but you don't got it. If you're hiring Seth's office, who are you paying?
His office.
His office. Who does the money belong to?
The office.
Office.
The office.
Is there any guarantee that Seth's ever going to see one nickel of that money?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
There's actually
None.
no
But he
guarantee.
Because the money doesn't belong to Seth. You didn't hire Seth. You
Unless-
hired his what?
The
So he
office.
doesn't get paid for
Office.
his
office.
Let's
part of
talk
the job?
about that for a second.
But that's between the
Based on
office
the,
and-
hold on. The information that has been presented to you does not tell you whether there's an agreement in place or what. From based default scenario, if the money or the compensation is owed to the firm, then it's owed to the firm. How that person gets paid in the firm is
That's
up
for
to
them and their office to figure out. That's
the
for
commission
them.
don't care.
The real estate commission does not care, but because the real estate commission cares about the client relationship. And where is the client relationship? It's not client to Seth at that point. It's client to what?
The office.
Office.
And here's what you also need to understand, and this is the dirty reality of this business. Seth brings the business to the office. Seth knows the person. They hire Seth. Seth puts his name on the sign. Can I get nasty and take that listing away from him and give it to my mama at any moment as the broker in charge of that office?
Yes.
100%.
You better believe it, because the client didn't hire Seth. They hired who?
The
Office.
Office.
This is something you have got to wrap your brain around. So in this scenario, the reason Travis is doing it like this is because when you're answering questions, you can't look just from the broker's perspective.
You have to
You've
look from
gotta
the
at
office
the
perspective.
Firm.
Agency
So it better
is about
be-
the relationship of the office to the client.
It's a very good idea to get a written firm agreement, which we'll talk about later, about how that compensation is going to be handled. But until we talk about that, who cares
But
how the
here's
money's
the
getting
thing,
paid to the
folks.
person?
This is all around you every single day. You just choose to ignore it. When you may go to a restaurant because you love that server, but you're not paying that server for the meal. Who are you paying for the meal?
The
restaurant.
restaurant.
The restaurant.
Mhm.
It's up to the restaurant and the server to have an agreement that keeps the server happy and keeps them there. Now, you may choose not to go to the restaurant any further if they don't if your server leaves. But you can't choose to not pay for the meal that you've already eaten because your favorite server's not there. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
Hiring the restaurant. And there's 100 different examples of this in our daily life, but you need to understand that once you choose to work in a group in this business, you no longer are an individual. You can't be hired as an individual. Okay, Addison, you had your question up.
Yeah, this might sound like super
you had your
dumb
hand up,
or not making sense, but I've been through school 2 different times, and I've never gotten this whole sole proprietor thing. Like, I thought to be on active status, you had to be affiliated with a firm.
Well, we
Is
have
that
not
correct?
talked about, and that's not true, first of all. If that's the perspective you
Okay.
got from somewhere, you need to erase
I did,
and
so that's
delete
why I'm a little
everything.
confused.
Right.
Just
Why not?
flush them
Right.
down the toilet.
First of all, we have not talked about statuses yet, like active status or inactive status, but there is no requirement to be affiliated with a firm. There's no requirement to do anything to be active
Okay.
other than some things that we're going to talk about. But
On that note-
at the same time, understand that sole proprietorship and firm does not refer to the number of people involved. Could there be a sole proprietor office of 300 people and it be a sole proprietorship?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. If it is owned and operated by one of those 300 people and they didn't create a company, then it's a sole proprietorship, even if there are 300 people that work there.
Right.
Okay. But what
I
it
really want
is an office.
to take one quick second just to remind everybody, if you're taking this class for a second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever time, you are taking this class for the first time from mental perspective.
Right.
Let
And
everything
also,
you go.
especially if you've
learn.
taken it somewhere else, because this is going to come off as arrogant, but at the same time, there's a reason you came here.
You heard it like this.
Yeah.
It won't so hot the first time around. So,
just-
you know.
Empty slate.
All right. Janet, do you have a question?
Is office, sorry if this is a dumb question, is office the same as firm?
Office
Always?
is generic terminology. Office refers to either a firm or a sole proprietorship. Office just means a group of real estate brokers that work together.
Because we're not sure.
Firm is a very specific terminology. Firm means real estate brokers that have chosen to work under a company, an LLC, a corporation. That is more specific. Does that make sense for everybody? Sole proprietorship is a group of brokers that have chosen to work together, not under a company. Sole proprietorships and firms are both what? Offices.
Offices.
And that's why office is the better terminology, because unless you've actually seen somebody's paycheck, unless you've actually seen their paperwork, you don't know if they work for a firm or not. They may work for a what?
Office.
Sole proprietor.
A sole proprietorship, right? So office is generic terminology. Here's the thing. You want something to tie to in your brain? Shoes. That's generic. Left shoe, specific. Right shoe, specific. Shoes, generic. Which one is office?
Shoes.
Shoes. Firm is left shoe. Sole proprietorship is what?
Right shoe.
Right shoe.
Right shoe. They are both still what?
Shoes.
Shoes.
Shoes. So a firm is a what?
Office.
An office. A sole proprietorship is also a what?
Office.
An office. They're just specific types of offices. But it doesn't matter what specific type of office somebody works for. If they work for an office, you have to hire the what?
Office.
Office to
Oh,
get to
God.
them.
Travis, I'm going to stop you right here. I have a couple people private messaging me saying they're still confused about sole proprietor. Earlier, Travis said sole proprietor works completely alone.
I did not say that.
No, never.
I did not say that.
It just means, okay. If I was not affiliated with Trav Talks LLC, I would not be functioning as a firm. If I went to the real estate commission and said, hey, I just want to declare myself in charge of myself. I'm not putting a firm or a company above my head, above my name for you guys to have some chain of command to go through. When you come and talk to people that I'm going to affiliate, so I'm affiliating you guys with me under my name. If something happens, let's say Jordan messes up on a transaction, when the real estate commission comes and talks to somebody, they're going to come and talk to me. I'm responsible for any legal repercussions that
Can he
somebody.
hire 10 people to work for him as a sole proprietor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But
Sole
they don't
proprietor
work
just
for
means
his company because he doesn't
I'm
have a
here.
what?
A company, they work for him.
Company.
Work for him
Excuse my
personally.
language.
We're-
My ass is on the line
That's
as a sole
it.
proprietor. But if I had a company, Thomas LLC or whatever it is, and
Okay,
and that was our
okay.
firm, that's what we functioned through.
So even
only
though
gonna be
I
those
own the
assets.
company, even though I am the broker in charge of the company, does Seth work for me?
No.
No,
He
No.
works for what?
the company.
Company.
God.
Which is known as a what in North Carolina?
Double agent.
A firm.
All it literally
Because it
is
is a what?
Firm.
entity,
But what makes it a firm?
LLC.
The company.
company,
If you work for a company, you work for a what?
firm.
Firm. If you work for an asshole, you work for a sole proprietorship. People who are in sole proprietorships don't work for a company. They work for an asshole, a person, a singular person. That's it. There is no company.
No,
You
You're making-
cannot. You have to break this association in your head because you're still doing it and you don't realize you're doing it. When you see an office, you're assuming it's a what?
you're assuming it's a
Firm.
company.
You're assuming it's a firm. You don't know. Could that be a sole proprietorship, even though there are 200 people that work in there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because the person who owns and operates it decided they didn't want to create what?
A company.
A company. But the minute the person who owns and operates that office decides, you know what? I don't want my ass to be on the line. I want a company. Instead, now they have become a what?
A firm.
Firm.
So,
All right,
that's
everybody
the
listen up.
decision I made
While
the
Travis is
decision that
explaining.
I did not want to be the singular sole person that would be sued if something went wrong. If something goes wrong, I want people to sue what?
Company.
Company.
Come after-
In order to accomplish that, I have to create a company and I have to get a what kind of license for that company?
Firm.
A firm license.
Firm license. If you are struggling with this, it is because you are being
Making it
hard-headed, not
hard.
because it is confusing.
Yes, everybody listen while we are doing this, because nobody going forward is going to have an excuse to say they don't know what these are. So the green arrows represent how the client relationship works. If Travis did not have a company, he's a person, and he's affiliating all these people at his firm under him, the person. That's a sole proprietor. The only difference that we're talking about here is that Travis literally made Trav Talks LLC, the company, the firm. We're going to put that in black. Then Travis affiliated himself. He
I work for the
affiliated
company.
all these people. That's the only difference we're talking about right here. The only difference is he made a legal entity and put it in between himself.
I could operate my office as either a sole proprietorship or as a firm.
Right.
Because I decided I wanted to create a company, I am operating it as a what?
Firm.
A firm.
You see somebody driving down the road, they got a big wrap on their car that says, you know, Rebel Realty. Do they work for a sole proprietorship or do they work for a firm?
You don't know.
We don't know.
I love that answer. We don't know. Because unless you've actually seen their bank account, unless you've actually seen how the checks are written, unless you've actually seen whether they created a company, you don't know. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Yes.
If it says
Yes.
LLC though,
If it
You
says
know?
LLC, that clearly
it's a
is what does
firm.
LLC stand for?
Limited
Company.
liability company.
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 That's a firm.
Heather, you go, girl. She said, so a sole proprietor is riskier for the person who owns it.
Bingo.
100%.
Because if you go back to Seth's drawing, if one of the brokers who Travis is supervising on the left makes a mistake, who is the client going to sue? Who did they hire?
Travis.
The company.
There is no company on
There's
the
no
left.
company, it's Travis.
On the left.
Proprietor.
The sole
Right.
proprietor.
They hired Travis.
That's the person.
Travis is the sole
That's risky.
proprietor.
That's risky.
Even if Seth is the one that screwed up, whose ass is grass on the left-hand side?
Yours.
Trav Talks LLC.
Travis.
Because there's Travis that all of it flows through. Does that make sense,
Right.
everybody?
Client flows like this.
On the right, if Seth makes a mistake, who is the person suing?
Company.
Company.
The company, which is still not good for Travis as the owner of the company. But can we agree it is better to have a company you own sued versus have yourself personally be sued?
Yes.
Yes.
Because here's the
So-
thing: Trav Talks LLC does not own a house in Cary,
But you do.
but I do.
Travis the person.
Trav
Now-
Talks LLC does not have a retirement account, but I do.
Is-
If I was operating as a sole proprietorship, would I stand to lose my retirement accounts, my home,
Definitely.
everything that I own as a
Absolutely.
person, right?
Yep.
Yes.
If somebody sues Trav Talks LLC, they can get whatever Trav Talks LLC owns, and that's it. Does that make
Right.
sense for everybody?
Yes.
So
It is a business decision. That's all. You cannot look at the number of people that work there and say what it is. You can't look from the outside. You got to see the paperwork. But they're
Right.
both offices. Office
All right, I
is
want-
generic terminology.
I want to do something real quick, Travis. Everybody, either in the chat or out loud, tell us what this on the right, the left is. What is this?
Sole proprietor.
Thank you.
Sole proprietorship.
Is a sole
Office.
proprietor an entity?
No.
No.
No,
a
we
sole
don't.
proprietor
We
is
do
a-
know.
A sole proprietor is a human.
Human. They have a social security. On the right, what are we working with?
Company.
Company, which
Get
is
what
also
kind of
known as a-
license?
What kind of license?
Firm.
Firm license.
Going forward today, when we start talking about agency agreements, I want you guys to remember the ones highlighted in pink. These are going to go on the agency agreement. This is who the client is hiring, whether it's a sole proprietor or a company.
So if you
they wanna
work for
work
a
with
sole
Travis-
proprietorship, who's the client hiring?
Person.
Person.
A sole proprietor, right?
Even if they want to work with Seth, they still got to hire Travis first because Travis supervises Seth on the
That's
left.
right. In a sole proprietorship. On the right, who do they hire if they want to get to Seth?
Trav Talks.
Talk
Does
LLC.
everybody see the difference?
Yes.
Same thing if they even wanted to hire Travis. They got to hire Trav Talks LLC
Even
on
if
the
they want to
right.
hire Travis, that's a great point. They still got to hire Trav Talks LLC because we all work for Trav Talks LLC.
Y'all better work.
Okay? Natalie, you had your hand up.
Travis is sole proprietor and office, the same thing.
Office shoes. 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 Sole proprietor. Left shoe.
Okay, sole proprietor is
Firm.
just
Right shoe. So don't. Listen, Natalie, it didn't catch the first time, so I got to do it this way, right? Office is any setup. A sole proprietorship is a type of office. A firm is a type of office. These are both what, folks?
Offices.
Offices. So when you ask me, is sole proprietor and office the same thing? Are shoes and left shoe the same thing? No. A left shoe is a type of shoe. A sole proprietorship is a type of what?
office.
There you go. There you go.
You go, girl.
Is it it won't be a company or a firm until you make it an LLC. Like it won't
An
be.
LLC, again, that's even more specific. An LLC is a type of company.
Type of company.
Is a type of company. There's more than one type of company, but any company will have to be a what, folks?
Firm.
A firm. There's also corporations. LLCs just happen to be the most popular type of companies,
Right.
and they're the one that have the word company in the name. But corporations and partnerships are also companies. Any
Right.
type of company that's been created requires a firm license.
Now, just so everybody knows, on this left and right side, just to hit home on that point, if there was a physical office location and you saw either the people on the left in that office location or the people on the right with that company in the office location, the only difference between this is how they're legally structured
That's it.
on paper.
That's it.
They're both
They
still
did the paperwork.
offices.
That's just
It just
it.
depends
You
on
need
how
to
they're structured.
understand both of these operate exactly the same way. There's no difference at all in how these operate. There's no difference at all. And your questions are good questions because you need
Yes.
to get this lined up in your brain. Why is the differentiation? It's just a business decision. That's all. That's all.
Right. So if anybody is confused about this at all, speak up or forever hold your peace.
And,
And also-
Miss Christina Brito, see, I remember this time. What's up, Christina?
Yes. So my question, yes, so it is about it. I do kind of understand, but still, so the firm, I know, if I work for you under the firm, I know they have to hire you so I can work with them. If you do
No,
give me
wait a
that.
minute. Stop. No.
Okay.
You just said if you work for me under the firm. That's not possible. If you work for the firm, you work for the what?
For the
You
firm.
don't work for me
Mhm.
because I work for the firm.
Right.
Okay, the firm has your name. That's kind of what I meant. But
It
yes.
doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. And that's why you're
Right.
struggling with it because you refuse to accept the basics of if you work for Trav Talks LLC, you do not work for Travis Everett. Who do you work for?
For the firm.
For the
Travis
firm.
Talk.
That's it.
Okay.
And I want to just, you don't work with the firm, you work for the firm.
Work for the firm. Okay. So now rephrase your question because I'm not going to let you state it wrong because it gets set in your brain wrong when you say it wrong.
Okay. So my question is more into the office side. So with the office, there's no firm form. We just kind of work.
No, stop. I'm not going to let you do that.
Okay.
We don't know if an office is a firm or not. Both of these are offices. The one on the left's an office. The one on the right's an office. They're both what, Christina?
Offices.
Okay, then stop saying it as if they're not both offices. Because what you just said was, I know in the office you're not hiring the firm. They're not related to each other. They're not related to each other. They're both offices. So are you talking about a firm specifically? Yes or no?
No. No.
Okay, then.
firm.
So then
Okay.
what are you talking about? Just an office?
Yes.
Okay.
An office that is no firm yet. They haven't been created a firm.
So then you're talking about a sole proprietorship because an office
Yes.
that's not a firm is a sole proprietorship. Okay, now
Yes.
we're on the same page.
Okay. So I am working with you or for you on the Travis with no firm.
Correct. That's exactly
Okay.
right. If I chose to operate my office in that manner, you would work for me personally because there is
Okay.
no firm to work for. There's no company to work for. There's just me.
Okay. So if I do bring a client over, they still need to go through you.
That is
Correct.
correct because you work
Okay.
for me
Okay. And the payment, it also goes to you as well.
because you work for me and they're hiring
Okay.
me.
So technically the only difference in between then is that one have created a firm and the other one hasn't.
And what is a firm though? One created a what? What is a firm?
A company?
Bingo. Ding,
Okay.
ding, ding. That's the only difference between the two.
Ring the bell.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank
So-
you, Denise. Yes.
On
So-
the left, the client would hire Travis. The money would flow through Travis. On the right, the client would hire what?
The firm.
Trav Talks LLC. The money would flow through Trav Talks LLC. That's the only
Christina,
difference.
are you seeing
between-
that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to maybe drive it home and then we'll move on. Trav Talks LLC, this is how it's really set up on the right-hand side. That's how we have this set up here. My paychecks don't come from Travis, the person, even though he does send out payroll. My paychecks get paid from Trav Talks LLC. That's who pays me. An entity pays me. An entity pays Travis.
Right?
A person does not pay us because we
Yeah.
all work for the company.
Because the people don't have any money. The company has the money. Could
Yeah,
I
that's right.
tomorrow dissolve Trav Talks LLC and continue to operate the business exactly as it is?
Yes.
If I wanted to.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. They would just all now work for who instead of Trav Talks LLC?
With more liability.
Me, the person, and we would go from being a firm to being a what?
Sole proprietorship.
Sole proprietorship. Are we getting that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Right? It's an important distinction.
It really is.
But because
really
here's the
is.
thing, you need to understand that when clients hire real estate brokers for their services, they're not really hiring the broker. They're hiring their entire office, whatever that office setup is, whether it's a sole proprietorship or whether it's a firm, you have to go through the office. Does that make
Right.
sense for everybody?
And that is an individual decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
And
think
not an
very-
individual decision for the client. It's an individual decision of the broker
The-
and how they have structured their business.
And I think we have also just had really quick, I know we're getting in really, really deep, but we also have to remember that yes, the client's in control once they have hired us, but we also are part of that deal, the agreement that we're about to talk about today.
Clients can't force how we work our business, how we structure
Right.
our
We
business.
have some
They
say.
can ultimately decide whether or not to hire our business, but they cannot decide how we structure our business. They can't
Two-way
decide.
street.
I don't care how much your clients like you. They can't compensate Seth directly
No.
because he doesn't work for himself. He works for what?
The company.
Trav Talks
Firm.
LLC.
A company, a firm, Trav Talks
firm.
LLC. So if they want him to have money, they got to give it to who first?
The firm.
And hope it gets to Seth.
It's the same thing, yes. And you,
Well, it
Travis, I know
works.
you use, Travis, I know you use this example, so I know you'll use it today as we go forward, but the server at a restaurant example, just throwing that in there for when we get to that point to use it.
Yeah. Eric,
It
you
works
have your
really
hand up.
well.
Yeah, well, in my experience, and this might be helpful, and I have a question. As a trainer, I went from being a freelance or sole proprietor to which was, and then I went to becoming a company. And my mentor advised me to do so because I actually was able to sell the company, whereas in the end, I couldn't sell myself.
Right.
So-
You can't sell
yeah.
yourself, but you can
Right.
sell a company that you own.
Right.
Right.
So the main idea was, although I was the only employee to start, was creating that entity so I could therefore increase the value of it and set it apart from myself for protection as well.
Yeah.
So when I my checks, I had to sign my checks with my my position in the company.
Right. That's exactly
Right.
right.
So is that something that you're going to be recommending? Because it sounds like we're
No, that's legal advice. I'm not here to give you legal advice. I'm not here to give you accounting advice. I'm here to tell you what the difference is between the two structures because that's what's going to be tested. I'm here to teach you the speed limit.
right. Okay, I can feel that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
Now, it's really important to get this through your brain because until you do, you can't understand how the agency relationships work. When we say that Seth is an agent of the seller, what we're really saying is that the office Seth works for is a what?
Agent of the
Agent
Of
Of the seller.
That also means that the other people that work for that office are also what, folks?
Agent of the seller.
Agents of the
Sub-agent.
seller.
There we go.
That's where that phrase sub-agents comes from. Because you can't really hire Seth. You have to hire his company.
Right.
Seth is not your agent if you're the seller. He's your what?
sub-agent.
He's your sub-agent because he
Right.
works for the company you hired. Does that make sense for everybody now?
Yeah.
Going
Company.
forward,
The office is your agent. He's your sub-agent because he works for the office that you hired. Is everybody
I
good
don't
with
wanna
that
go-
now?
we need to move on, but I want everybody to remember when you see a broker, Seth of Trav Talks LLC represents the seller. I want you to think Trav Talks LLC represents the seller.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Seth is just the one who is working with that client on behalf of the office. Could we swap him out for somebody else at any given point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And why? Why?
Because they hired the firm.
They hired the whole office. One big package. That makes sense for everybody?
It's Friday.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. So, Daniele, no, a firm is not a sub-agent. If you hire a firm, the firm would be your agent. The people
think
who
I
work
caught-
for the firm.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was
Okay.
gonna type it something else too, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think I got it.
I think I know how she was meaning it, and I see how you might think of it like that, Charles. I think she's meaning like firm, and then the people in it maybe are the sub-agent.
Sub-agent, yes, and then
Got
sole
you.
proprietor,
Right. So agent, then sub-agent. And it,
And
but
yeah.
keep in mind, agent could be firm or it could also be sole proprietorship. We don't know. That's based on how they're structured, right? At the end of the day, the client hires an agent. The people who work for that agent are simply called what, folks?
Subagents.
Sub-agents. Let me ask y'all a question. If a client hires Trav Talks to list their home, is Travis the agent of the seller or is he the sub-agent of the seller?
Sub-agent.
Sub-agent, because even though he owns the company, he still what?
Works for the company.
Works for the
Works for
company.
the company.
Trav Talks.
Remember,
How many of you feel like it's getting a little bit better in your brain? Because it's important.
Travis and
Travis,
Seth are
I
on
have
the
a
same
question.
shelf.
Okay, Danielle.
So is there a sub-agent of the buyer and sub-agent of the seller? It's just meaning
Of course
that the
there is. Of
firm.
course there
Okay.
is. If a buyer
working under the
Trav
firm.
Talks, if a buyer hires Trav Talks is the agent of the buyer, right, Danielle?
Correct.
So what would Seth be?
The sub-agent.
Sub-agent of
Sub-agent.
the buyer, right?
Right.
Because he is working for the firm that the buyer hired. He's working for the office that the buyer hired. So he is their sub-agent.
When a buyer hires Trav Talks LLC, they're literally hiring a non-living piece of paper.
Yeah, that's it. And everybody who works for that non-living piece of paper becomes their sub-agents.
Right.
That's it. Okay. Are we all good on
All
that?
good.
It's an important mindset
important.
to get yourself to, because you can't, it's all foundational. You can't move on to the relationships until you understand who the relationship, who is the client hiring? They're not hiring Travis. They're not hiring Seth. They're hiring the office. Does that make sense for everybody?
Mhm.
The client
That's
is
huge.
marrying the office. And that's why it's so important to understand that.
Y'all better
Now,
go off all day long.
compensation is really important. All of you, well, almost all of you, are getting this license to make money. I certainly got this license to make money. At the end of the day, though, compensation is more confusion than anything else in our business. One of the things I want you to promise to yourself right now is that you're not going to worry about payment of money when we're talking about agency. I want you to hold up your right hand. I'm not going to focus on money when it comes to agency.
Not gonna focus
Period.
on when it comes to agency.
And here's why. Because compensation can come from anywhere. Sometimes we get paid by our client. Sometimes we get paid by customers. Sometimes we get paid by third parties. We literally are whores for the money. We don't care where it comes from in this business. We don't care. You cannot follow the money. If you follow the money, do you think you're going to miss almost every agency question on the test?
Yeah.
Yes, because we owe our loyalty, we owe Old Car, we owe our fiduciary responsibilities not automatically to whoever pays us, but to whoever we have created an agency relationship with, whomever has hired us. Now, often that's the same person that pays us. I want you to think about the traditional relationship with a seller's agent. The seller hires the firm. Who pays the firm?
The seller.
Seller.
That's very convenient. They line up. But think about most buyers. How many of you have ever bought a house? Those of you that have your hand up, how many of you had an agent that represented you in the transaction? Keep your hand up if you did. Those of you that have your hand up right now, keep your hand up if you wrote a check to that office for your agent's representation. I want you to keep your hand up if you wrote a check to your firm that represented you as a buyer. Almost all of you put your hands down. Now, some of you still have your hands up. Erica, you still have your hand up. You wrote a check to your buyer's agent for your for representation? Is that true? No, she said no. Rose, you had yours up. Did you write a check to your buyer agent for representation?
No.
Okay, so I'm still looking for the one. Here's the thing though,
Aaron?
but they all had buyer's agents. Can you follow the money?
No.
No, because I'm guessing all those buyer's agent got paid, but they didn't get paid by who?
The buyer.
By the
By the
buyer.
buyer. What doesn't matter when we're talking about agency, folks? What are we going to ignore
Compensation.
completely?
Compensation.
Compensation.
We're going to talk about compensation, but it is a separate conversation than agency. Who do we owe Old Car to?
Your
Client.
clients.
Not who pays us. Does that make sense for everybody?
Mhm.
We do not care who pays us when it comes to who we owe our fiduciary responsibilities to. We care who we have a relationship with. In fact, in this business, we have such weird compensation models that sometimes we are actually being paid by the people we're working against
Right.
Yeah.
because we don't care where the money comes from.
No. But it's important to realize that because we have to be, we have to have somebody who hires us and basically gives us the authority or permission to be paid with that agency agreement.
Right. Now,
We'll talk about it.
It's two separate conversations. Somebody wants to hire us. Great. Now, how am I going to get paid? Are you going to pay me? Is somebody else going to pay me? Do y'all think that's a separate conversation we need to have with our clients about how we're going to get paid?
Yes.
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 We're going to talk about
We are
that
going to talk about that as a separate conversation.
in
But
depth.
we're not going to talk about it as part of agency because compensation and agency don't go together. Is everybody okay with that statement?
Yes.
Yep.
We're going to ignore the compensation part as we talk about agency.
Actually, in real estate, money and specific topics are money's always separate.
Right. Money and loyalty are two different things. They really
Yes.
are. They really are. So why don't we do this? Let's take a break because I've yelled at you enough. And by the way, I hope you're already learning that when I yell, I'm not mad. It's honestly, it's punctuation. It is meant to rattle your brain. How many of you feel like you need it? Like you need like somebody to break through that,
Yes.
that
Could
shell
use an
that you've
apology
got,
or something
right?
every
And
once in a while.
I know as a learner, for me, that's really important. I need somebody to go, no, stop, because otherwise I just keep doing what I'm doing.
Right.
And
You gotta
Tough
get
love
out
is
of
the
that.
best love.
And
Yes.
so when I do it, it is to rattle you,
Yes.
to just be like, oh,
Otherwise, your brain, your subconscious, you're just going to keep bringing yourself back. But wait,
Right.
wait.
But I want, if I hurt your feelings, please let me know because I don't want to ever do that. It
We're
really
never
is.
making fun.
And
We're
I'm not
never-
saying this because anybody has said I had. I just want to make sure that's clear and out there because that is never my goal to make you uncomfortable. I want you to get it first and foremost. And so I teach it in a way that I think that's most effective. And that's just it's part of the act.
Right.
And so I know we're in the first week and I just want to make sure everybody.
I'm the type of, I'm going to pause there.
So before we took the break, we were, getting into this idea that clients create an agency relationship by hiring an entire office. And remember, the ability to hire is limited from the client's perspective. They don't get to choose whether they hire a sole proprietor offer or a sole proprietor office to hire, or whether they choose a firm to hire. Who's making that choice? Help me out here. Who's making the choice to decide whether we're going to, be a sole proprietorship or a firm? Who's making that choice?
Brokers.
Person,
The
business
brokers
owner.
are, right? The brokers
Nice.
are ultimately deciding what their business structure is going to be. The clients are choosing whether or not to hire as a group. And so I just want to make sure you remember that, that you've got, and I know some of you asked questions earlier about it. I want to make sure those of you that asked those questions earlier, like Natalie and Erica and Danielle, that you've gotten it, nailed down in your brain that the clients are hiring a group. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, when we talk about hiring that group, clients have another decision they have to make, and it's a really important decision. The client has to decide how much authority they want their new agent to have. Okay, we've just hired an agent. We've decided we want to be represented. We've decided as a seller, as a buyer, or even as a landlord or as a tenant. I mean, somebody involved. By the way, I got this question from one of your group in an email. I want to throw it out there for you all because I think it's an important thing. Somebody said, well, if I wanted to do commercial real estate, am I going to have to do something after this class? Is it a different license? What did we say this was a license to help people with, folks? What 4-letter word?
Land.
Land. Last I checked, commercial real estate is still what?
Land.
Land. So is there a different license for residential real estate and commercial real estate? Is it all the same?
No, all the same.
You
All the
decide
same.
to go.
It's a land license, right? Is there a different license for being a property manager than there is somebody? And she just sent me a message, call me out. No, I didn't call you out. I didn't put your name with it. Is there a different license for being a property manager that only does rentals versus somebody that does sales?
No, sir.
No, because ultimately it's a license to deal in land, right? So once that client has decided, okay, I want to hire somebody to help me with this land transaction, whether that's a sale or a rental, the client needs to decide how much power they want to give over to their new agent, because not all agency is created the same. Some agency relationships are going to transfer like seriously. Some agency relationships are going to be like this. Some agency relationships transfer all the power from the client to the agent. The ability to make decisions on behalf of the client, the ability to sign contracts on behalf of the client, the ability to bind the client to those decisions. That's a lot of power. Can we agree that's a lot of power? If
Yes.
says, I want my agent to be able to make all decisions for me. I want my agent to be able to take me off of life support. That's a lot of power, is it not?
Yes,
Very.
definitely.
But the client may say, well, I want an agent, but I don't want you to have that much power. They may want to limit that power. So what we're about to talk about now, because I want to make sure your brain's in the right mindset so you can accept the definitions, we're going to talk about the different power levels that a client may choose to give over to their agent. Because ultimately, we only have power as agents because who gives us that power?
Client.
So they have to decide how much power they want to give us when they hire us. And this is all going to be part of the original agreement when the client hires that office and says, okay, well, I want you to represent me, but I want to put some limitations on what you can do for me. And so the lowest power level, which also happens to be the most common one, is something called special agency. This is by far the most common level of agency power that a client will give to an office. Most of the time when you think about real estate transactions, this is exactly the power level you're going to be seeing from the client to the office, because special agency is the power to speak but not act. That needs to be reiterated.
Yep.
The power to speak but not act, the power to talk but not decide. That's special agency.
Yep.
Who has retained or kept the power to act, the power to decide, the power to sign documents, the power to agree to things? Who's kept
The
all that
client.
power? The client has. They've only given their agent the ability to speak on their behalf. Does that make sense for everybody? To negotiate on their behalf, to give them advice, but ultimately, who's going to make all the decisions in a special agency relationship?
The client.
I want you to think of why this is the most common one in real estate. Think about when we put a home on the market for a seller. Generally speaking, do I, as the agent, have the authority to say, this is a good offer, we're going to accept it? As the agent, do I have that authority?
No.
No. Who's going to make that ultimate decision?
The client.
The client.
The client is. I have to take the offer to them and get their grace over the offer. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
And the reason I have to do that is because they didn't give me the authority it would take to make that decision for them. Now, here's the real question though. Could they have given me that authority if they had wanted to?
Yes.
Absolutely.
They could have. And that would be, oh, go ahead, Seth, sorry.
No, all I was going to say is, like earlier this week, there was a newer agent that I started marketing for, who was submitting some offers, and she felt like she failed her client because the BIC wasn't necessarily as responsive as she needed them to be. And the offer did not get accepted, and she was beating herself up over it all day long. And I was like, hold up. Like, you have done your job. You have given the other side the offer to purchase as your client instructed you to do. That agent took that offer, gave it to their seller. There's nothing else you could have done. We just speak on behalf of the client.
That's exactly
We can't make the decision.
We're there to be the intermediary.
I had to remind this to somebody earlier this week.
And the truth is, sometimes it would go a lot more smoothly if we were given the power to be the decision maker.
Yeah.
But we're not.
But we're not.
Be though. And that's where you're going to be tested on. Is it possible for us to be given this decision-making authority? What do y'all think the answer to that question is? Is it possible?
Yes.
Is it possible for a seller to say to us, for example, I want you to put my house on the market, and as long as you get an offer over $350,000, you go ahead and accept it for me. I'm good with anything over that. Could the client give us that level of authority?
Yes.
Absolutely.
But that would not be called, and I'm gonna back up a slide here. It would not be called what?
Special agency.
Special agency. Because in special agency, we never have the ability to act, to make the decision, to commit to something on behalf of the client. They have to do that themselves. Every signature in special agency has to come from who?
The client.
The client. But in general agency, the client can give us some limited amount of decision making on their behalf. They can say to us, you know what? I'm good with you handling that. You don't need to come to me for that.
Right.
For these 5 things, I don't care about it. You make that decision, whatever you decide, I'm good with. I want you to think about where this commonly happens. Think about a property manager.
Right.
Do you think, who do property managers represent? First of all, let's be clear about that. Who do property managers represent?
Landlord.
Landlord.
Yeah, client's the easy out answer because we always represent clients, but specifically, which client does a property manager represent?
The landlord.
Right?
Lord.
Somebody who owns property that's being rented out. What's the whole job of the property manager? Deal with the tenant so that the landlord doesn't have to directly deal with the tenant, right?
Yes.
What's going to happen inevitably during the course of that lease at some point? Things are going to break.
Right.
Now, who do those things that break belong to?
The owner.
Landlord.
The landlord. Who's going to have to pay for those repairs?
The landlord.
The landlord.
Landlord.
But who's probably going to make the decisions
Deal with the
about
problem.
who to hire, when to hire them, how much to pay, all those things?
The agent.
Manager.
Property
Manager. The agent.
Property manager. And the only reason that property manager can't do that is because that client gave the authority. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
But they gave limited authority for action over to the agent. Like, for example, could the property manager decide to put a new roof on the building properly, or is that probably going to be outside of their decision-making authority?
I would say that's a little far-fetched.
That's probably a little bit far, don't you think?
Yes.
The property manager decide to bulldoze the building and put a sheets there.
No.
That's probably a little bit far outside of there. So here's what I want you to understand about general agency. It is the power to make decisions, but it is a limited, it's like a leash, right? You know, I like to think of like leashes when I'm walking dogs, when I think about these different powers of attorney. If you just got a standard leash, that's special agency. You ain't going nowhere. You're right here on this leash. General agency.
We ain't going outside, no.
General agency is like the extend a leash. You still own a leash, but you got a lot of room to roam, right? You got more freedom. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there's still one more.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
That leash coming off.
And I'm gonna go to it. What if we took you off the leash completely? And what if the client gave all of, I mean, like literally. And you need to understand how extreme this is. Why did I put Brittany's picture up here? Because
That was awful.
she was, but here's the thing, as awful as it was, I want you to understand in your brain, that was universal agency. Her
Right.
father had the ability to make what decisions on her behalf?
All.
Everything.
Everything.
All of them.
It was
And
just the
this is
body.
where I have to immediately fix garbage that you brought in the door. Here's your warning right here. Do I need to yell it? Ah! Okay, because you brought garbage in, and I've already seen it 5 times in the chat over there. As soon as I start talking about universal agency, people say power of attorney, 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 power of attorney. Folks,
They're all power.
all agency is a power of attorney. Even special agency is a power of attorney. Because even the ability to speak for someone is a power of attorney. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
So special agency is the same thing as a special power of attorney. General agency is the same thing as a limited power of attorney, because you have the ability to make what?
Decisions.
Some
Limited numbers of decisions. Does that make sense for everybody?
I'm gonna update my abbreviation of that to say general/limited power of attorney.
There you go. Okay. So general agency and limited power of attorney. So, and here's what I want you to understand. Sometimes it starts as one and goes to the other. Let's say, especially in our business, this happens quite often. Let's say we've been hired by a seller with special agency. Do I have any decision-making authority?
No.
Any ability to sign for them?
No.
No.
So we get offers that come in. Do we get to make a decision on the offers, or do we have to take every single offer, no matter ridiculous, no matter which one we think is the best? We got to take them all to the seller and let them decide.
Yes.
Take them all to the seller.
All the seller, let them decide.
But what if they're closing that day and
here's the thing. Once they've accepted an offer, are lots of sellers more willing to sort of give up control of the process at that point in time? In other words, remember, just because they've accepted an offer, we still might be a month or 2 months from closing. Are there going to be lots of sellers who will say, you know what? I am in the middle of moving. I don't need to deal with it. If you think it's a reasonable repair, go ahead and fix it and just take it out of my money at closing. Do you think there are going to be some sellers that say that?
Yes.
Do you think there are going to be some sellers that even say, you know what? I don't even want to go to closing. I'm going to be tied up. I'm going to have all my crap on the truck. Can't you just sign the papers for me? Are there going to be some sellers that say that about closing?
yes.
We can't do that as special agents. They got to sign another piece of paper to give us what kind of agency to make that happen.
General.
General agency. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
So we have to do
And what do you think is going to be printed at the top of that piece of paper? It's not going to say general agency. What's going to be printed across the top of that piece of paper?
Power of attorney.
Yes.
Limited power of attorney. Limited power of attorney, because it's limited to these things. You can do these things on behalf of this person. Does that make sense?
That
for everybody?
actually
Yes,
happens.
yes.
A lot of agents go to closing for their sellers and they get a limited power of attorney to do it.
Because the sellers don't want to go. They just want the money. How many of you all
Right.
think the sellers just want the money at closing? They don't care about going and signing and seeing the buyer. They don't care. They don't care.
Can you say, I've asked mine before in the past and they'd be like, no. And they'd make
You
me
could say
go.
no.
You can, is that typical to say no? Or did I just?
I've never refused a seller. I've never refused serving as a limited power of attorney for a seller. I mean, I can understand why some people might be uncomfortable with it, but to me, that just seems a very obvious part of the service level overall.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You make sure you go over stuff before they
Right,
go
and I
sign
would
stuff for
never
them, but-
sign things on their behalf without
Without them
clearly
seeing
making
it.
sure they understood what I was signing on their behalf, and those kinds of things. But yeah, generally it's very common. It's pretty common.
Jen had her hand raised. Jen, did your question get answered?
Thank you. Yep, thank you. Amy, you got yours up as well.
Yeah, I just, I want to clear this up for myself. So the house that I bought, the people were PCSing. So they weren't at closing. So that means that they signed they let the agent sign for them.
Right,
because
and
they
so I'm
couldn't be
just
there
going to interrupt you
physically.
for a second, Amy. For those of you who are not military abbreviation enabled, PCSing means moving to a different duty station. It's basically a military relocation. So, sorry.
No, you're fine. So I was just wanted to clarify that out loud for myself. So they were PCSing, they couldn't be there, so they they said something with the agent that said, sign whatever you signed for me since I can't be there at closing.
That's exactly right. So what happened was the military member who was PCSing, being moved to a different duty station, realized, okay, either they don't want to attend closing or it's not feasible for them to be at closing. How many of you would think a military member who's been moved to a different duty station may be long gone by the time we actually get to the closing table? They may already be restationed. They may be out of the country. They may be on the other side of the country, right?
Happens all the time.
And so they need the ability to say to their agent that they've already hired. They've already got a special agent, an office as a special agent, but they need to get the ability to give that office general agents.
General.
You know, the
Eric asked a
ability to
good question.
sign those closing documents. Yeah.
Eric said that the type of the agency level, is this signed up front, or can this be progressive as you go?
It's both. It is up front. How much power do we have up front? And we operate under that power until somebody decides we either have too much power or not enough. And then we would need to do a new agreement that gives us either gives us more power or takes power away. Does that make sense for everybody?
It does.
You know, we start with whatever level of authority they want to give us, which is usually special agency, except what people in our business do you think almost always start as general agents, start as limited power of attorney, just because of the nature of their job.
Leasing, property managers.
What about property managers? Property managers, because we know out of the gate that a property manager is going to have to make decisions. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
You know, they're going to have to make maintenance decisions. They're going to have to make repair decisions. They're going to have to make decisions about when to evict somebody. They're going to have to make decisions about what tenants to accept. So we know usually property management starts with general agency, but most everything else starts at special agency and might progress up the chain if necessary. All right. Erica, you said you had a question. What's up?
Yes, quick question. I do remember signing with an attorney. So that means that the attorney worked for the firm that I purchased the home for. Could that mean?
Wait a minute now.
Not
necessarily. The attorney is separate from, they're not a real estate licensee. So they're outside of our conversation here.
Okay, so it's possible to sign and close without any representation from the firm.
From an office? Yes. You keep saying from the firm, but that's,
I said from the firm because I purchased from a firm, but from the office, yes.
So you mean, can you go to closing without anybody without any of your real estate representation at the closing?
Okay, let me say it differently. I said it. I needed to expand. My realtor was with me. My representation was with me.
Okay.
But there was no representation from the seller outside of the attorney when I closed.
But that's not the seller's representation. You keep associating with that. The attorney's not there to represent the seller. The attorney is there to functionally close the transaction. They're not there as a legal representative of the seller. So is it possible, what you're asking is it possible that the seller came in and did everything in advance so that nobody was there on behalf of the seller? And the answer is yes.
Okay. There you
That is
go.
correct.
That's it.
They just came in and did it before you did, before you got there. It's not necessary that everybody be in the same room. I don't think it's a good idea. And here's why. If I was that seller, I would be a little bit upset that the person who I've hired to represent me in that transaction was not at minimum in the room when the transaction was closed. What if some question comes up? What if some problem comes up? Isn't that part of the representation that the seller has agreed to when they hired representation in that transaction? What do y'all think?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would have a problem with that if I was the seller. Here's what I'm going to tell you. You need to be at your closings. If you have clients, you owe it to them to be there, period. Because you are their representation. You're the expert. That's like saying you're okay with your surgeon being on the golf course while you're in surgery. Well, then who's doing the surgery? You know,
like your attorney not showing up to court for you.
That's right. Your attorney doesn't show up to court. You're just there by yourself. Oh, well, we sent everything in advance. You better get your ass here. That's the way I feel about it. You know, I feel that's part of the job. But it's a good question. Now, Jordan, did you have a question as well?
Well, I actually have a statement.
Okay.
An agent, could they, if they're representing multiple clients, let's say you're representing 2 or 3 clients, could they be in one case they can be a general an agent, in another case they can be a
Special? Yeah.
Yes, that's my
Yes,
question.
absolutely, because each client's going to have their own agreement with the office, right? Each
Right.
client's going to have a different agreement with the office, and each agreement's going to be specific about the level of authority. So I could be representing one landlord as a general agent and have the ability to make maintenance decisions. I could be representing a buyer as a special agent and have the ability to make no decisions, just to negotiate on their behalf. I could be representing a seller who's giving me the ability to sign documents at closing. You know, so every relationship's going to be unique.
It'll be different.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now, based on what we've talked about so far, unlimited power of attorney or universal agency, do you think this is common in the real estate world? Do you think it is common in the real estate world for a client to give their agent unlimited control over the affairs of that client? And when I say unlimited, you really need to understand what unlimited means. It means without limitation of any type whatsoever. It means, let me ask you a question. If your client hired you as a universal agent, could you put their children up for adoption without consulting with the client?
Yes.
Yes, because they gave you the authority to make what decisions on their behalf?
All of them.
Everything.
All decisions. Now that you've seen the extent of that, do you think universal agency is a common thing when it comes to real estate?
Absolutely not.
No, sir.
No.
Absolutely not.
When is this common? Because it's a legal concept. Universal agency or unlimited power of attorney is much more common in what kinds of scenarios?
Estate.
Wedding, marriage.
Would it be
When we're talking to the child of an elderly?
How about a child? The parent-child relationship is a good example of universal agency. Legally,
Or
children don't have the
mentally
ability to make decisions. Who makes all their decisions for them?
Their parents.
Mama.
Parents. That's universal agency. Think of the other
Mentally
end of
disabled.
life, folks.
Yeah.
The owner dies.
Like
It's not that far. Other end of life, not death. Not that far.
Will.
When you're sick,
Trust.
you're in the hospital, incapacitated.
Where they get to a point where they're no longer capable of making their own decisions. Folks, don't we often have to do this with parents, those that are that fall under our care as they reach a point in their life when they can no longer make decisions for themselves?
Yes.
If you have a parent with Alzheimer's, for example, aren't you likely at some point to become their universal agent to take over all decision making for them?
Yes.
Yep.
But that's very extreme. That's very extreme. So here's why I point that out, that's so extreme. Should that be an answer you jump to on a real estate test, that it's universal agency?
No.
I will strangle y'all with my bare hands.
Probably not. It's too far.
It is.
It's too
It will never
extreme.
be an answer on your test.
Right.
Never.
I mean, it's just too extreme, you know? So take out your phone and go back to your poll everywhere, where you
Hold
text
on.
the answer in. It says going to cover the. Deb has been hired to represent the seller in a real estate transaction. You might want to slide the box over so they can see the ABCD. Deb has been given the power to handle all negotiations, communications, and agreements, so long as she gets the approval of the seller on decisions. What type of agency is this? So again, Deb has been hired to represent the seller in a real estate transaction. She's been given the power to handle all negotiations, communications, and agreements, so long as she gets the approval of the seller on decisions. What kind of agency is this? This is going to be a very illuminating thing for you all, because you need to see that while you think you've grasped what we just talked about, many of you have not grasped what we've just talked about. Now, I'm going to say something that's meant to try to help you here. It says she's been given the power to handle negotiations, to handle communications, and to handle agreements, so long as she gets the approval of the seller on decisions. Who is making the decisions, folks?
The client.
The client. And what kind of agency is it for you?
Special.
This is special agency.
I saw some of y'all leaning towards general.
This is special agency right here.
That's why you gotta read it. This is what we're talking about when we were talking on Wednesday. When they're gonna throw stuff in there, they're gonna expect you to know what that meaning is behind it.
Why did they throw the word all negotiations in there? They want to try to tempt
throw you
more universal
Oh, they can make
agency,
all
right?
negotiations, communications, and agreements so long as she gets the
That's
approval of the
universal
seller's
agency. You know,
decision.
that's
Always too hot.
Here's the thing. It's too hot. It's too hot. Universal agency is too hot. Here's how you know it's not universal agency. So long as. There's no so long as in universal agency. What are you allowed to do as a universal agent?
Anything on
Everything, anytime.
Everything at any time, right? So you can eliminate that one right away. Then it says she gets the approval of the seller on decisions. Well, if the client has to give their approval on every decision, that means the agent is not making any decisions. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
And the only agency where the agent is not making any decisions is special agency, folks. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You see why we needed to go through that question so you could really challenge this in your brain?
Right.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about. They're gonna walk you through these test questions and they're gonna lead you down this yellow brick road.
And by the
you gotta
way,
be
I want
wary.
to point out that B and D are the same answer. Isn't general agency and a limited power of attorney the exact same thing?
100%.
Absolutely.
And if there's ever an answer on your test question and they both mean the same thing, they are neither the answer.
Test strategy right there. I hear people all the time say, well, A and D are the same thing, so I couldn't decide between them.
You couldn't decide.
Here's the news flash for you. If they truly are the same thing, neither one of them is the
Why are you
answer.
thinking? Don't make it harder.
If you see two things that are the same, eliminate both of them. It's not the answer. Taylor, did you have a question, or I saw your hand go up and go down? Are you good? Must be okay. You can just nod or take a thumbs up. Bro.
I was just trying to. So whenever with general agencies, excuse me, I apologize. With general agency and how it has to be.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Taylor. I muted you. I thought your hand was raised, so I was muting everybody else.
No, sorry, Taylor.
I'm gonna ask you to unmute, Taylor.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So, because I know that with the general agency, you have limitations. I'm kind of confused on how to ask my question. I'll come back. Never mind.
No, I mean,
what part are you confused on?
Walk me through it. Where are you stuck? Yeah, tell me where you're stuck. Don't try to formulate the question. Tell me where you're stuck.
Deb has transaction. Deb has given the power to handle all negotiations. So with it being with it saying all negotiations.
Taylor, you just told me where your problem is. Taylor, you just told me where your problem is. You're focused on the wrong thing. What differentiates these levels of agency? It's the decision making. Negotiations don't matter. All agents have the power to negotiate. Communications don't matter. All agents have the power to communicate. None of that matters. What matters is decision making. That's the difference between the three levels of agency.
Well,
who's making the decisions in this example?
And you have to remember when they say the decision-making person is the seller or the client. But you have to remember when we were talking about these three different agency power levels, they're all called power levels. Even somebody who can only speak without making decisions, they're given the power
to speak. Right. Every agent has the power to speak. Every agent has the power to negotiate. Every agent has the power to communicate. It's the decision making that matters. See, all of that is fluff. You're paying attention to the fluff. What I wanted you to focus in on is the decision making. Who's making the decisions? If the client's making all the decisions, y'all help me out. Client making all decisions. What kind of agency do we have?
Special.
Client making
I heard
all
general.
decisions.
I heard general.
I heard it one time. Client making all decisions, special agency. Client making all decisions. What kind of agency, folks?
Special.
Special. Agent making all decisions. What kind of agency?
Universal.
Universal.
What?
Those are the two extremes.
Listen,
Client makes all
listen.
decisions is what?
Special agency.
Special. Agent makes all decisions is what?
Universal.
Universal. Anything in the middle is what? General. If it's some mix
Limited.
of agent makes some decisions and client makes some decisions, it's what kind of agency? General agency. Client makes all decisions.
Special.
Agent makes all decisions for the client.
Universal.
Universal.
Fine answer.
Some mixture of the two.
General.
General.
Taylor, how are you feeling? Because I know you asked this question, but I don't hear you.
I feel better now. I was
Okay.
reading, but I was.
Yeah, good.
I got you.
Make sure you don't pay
So could
attention
you
to
give
the
like
fluff. What was that?
Could you give like an example of what the question might be in regards to general agency?
No, but you can.
Maybe.
But you can.
Okay.
Yes.
You can.
Okay.
You give me an example of general agency.
Well, like we both know, well, like obviously y'all know, but like I know now, it has to be in the in-between. So it's,
So Seth is your agent.
I don't know, Deb.
Give him the give Seth the authority to make some decisions on your behalf. Do it. Tell him right now.
Hey,
Seth,
Taylor, I'm your buyer's agent.
give him power.
Yes, and I've given you some power to make some type of decision.
Pick something. Give
So
him
Well,
some
what
power.
decision
Don't
do
say
you want me to
some.
make?
I want you to specifically pick something in your life, a decision you want him to make for you. It could be what you're going to have for dinner. That's a decision. Give him the power.
Taylor, do you want me to look at some properties and anything around 240? You want me to go ahead and submit offers on that? Anything above it just to get your approval on?
Yes, that would
That's
be
general
okay.
agency. You just
So
gave
anything-
him you just gave him a very specific power.
Anything below 240, I'm submitting offers for you. Anything above 240, I got to come to you and get a permission for it.
You gave him the ability to do something without coming to you. That's
Now-
general agency.
If you wanted universal, I'm submitting all offers. I am selling your house. I'm selling your car. I ain't even asking you about it.
Right.
Special agency, I can handle and speak on behalf of everything you say to me, but I've also got to make sure I get your word first before I do anything.
Your approval on every decision.
So anything 240 and below, I still got to come get your word for it.
Okay.
Danielle?
Thank you for asking.
So if it was a question about general agency, we could look out for words like some.
I
basically.
don't think you need to be looking out for keywords. That's a horrible way to take a
Good
test.
question.
Because here's the
Okay.
thing, Danielle. You don't think that people writing the test can figure out what keywords you're hunting for and use them against you?
Yes.
Stop doing that. You're playing.
They will.
See, all those people your whole life that said, I want you to look for this keyword, those were also horrible test takers. You shouldn't have been listening to them.
We were taught all wrong in school.
You don't use buzzwords. You don't use
Right.
keywords. It doesn't work. It doesn't.
Because
Take it from the guy who got 1600 on the SAT. It doesn't work on standardized tests. You don't have to be smart to pass a standardized test. You just have to know how the test works.
So how
Right.
could I see general?
Understand the concept.
Just understand
if I
it.
may,
Okay.
if I may,
Understand the concept.
they're going to paint a mental picture for you. And this one right here, the picture that was painted was, oh, look, it's universal agent with a big blood stain in the middle. Like that you have to find that.
Danielle, give me some decision-making authority. I don't care what it is. Give me some decision, some power to make some decision in your life.
You can sell all of my personal belongings.
Okay. Can I commit you to a mental asylum, or is that off limits?
That's off limits.
Okay. So you giving me the power to sell some of your personal belongings or all of your personal belongings, but not to commit you to a mental asylum. What kind of agency did she just give me, folks?
Well,
General.
General agency.
You're
General
limited.
agency. Because she gave me the ability to make some decisions for her, i.e. selling her stuff, right? But not what?
Not all.
Not all.
Right.
Oh. Now,
Special refers to speak, special, speak, special, speak.
so what would special agency sound like, Danielle? Give me special agency.
You can meet with this client, but you can't, but I'll let you know if the offer is good.
There you go. Look at it. See, there it is right there.
Very good.
There it is.
Jump
You
on
can
it.
meet, you can
Jump
speak
on
for
it.
me, but you better bring that information back to me because this is my decision. That's special agency. Everybody good with that now?
Amber, right. Whoop, it is. Amber asked, I understand general agency commonly includes property managers. Awesome. The text also references affiliating with the brokerage. Could you please expand on that?
Well, if we affiliate with an office, if we affiliate with an office, who do you think, if Seth goes out and gets a listing, who do you think is going to actually sign that listing on behalf of the office?
Seth?
Seth.
Good job. But
Well,
who's the agent?
if he has the power to sign that listing on behalf of his office, doesn't he have general agency for his office?
Yep.
Remember, who's the agent again in that scenario?
The agent of the
firm.
The office.
The firm,
is, right?
but
He's an
Seth-
agent of the office, right?
Seth is binding that firm to that client. So I have general agency to bind the firm to that client.
So Seth has general agency for Trav Talks. He has certain limited decision making. Can Seth decide what buyer clients and seller clients Trav Talks LLC is going to work with?
No.
No.
You don't think
What?
so? If
He can't?
he couldn't sign a listing agreement, folks. What do you think he's going to call me every time he's got a listing, and I got to go over there and sign it? That's
Can we
crazy.
represent-
I'm going to ask it again. Can Seth decide what buyer and seller clients Trav Talks works with?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's say I don't want to represent a
I
buyer.
said no because you know what I did? I assumed like, yes, he brought in the client, but that doesn't mean that that the firm has to give him that client. And that's why I said no.
But that
because
doesn't
I
mean,
get
but
it.
again, we're not talking about,
I know,
that doesn't
I got into a
matter.
different category.
Does he have the power to decide this office is going to represent this buyer? Does he have that power?
Yes.
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 And it wouldn't just be me.
Because nobody else from the firm is there to make that decision. He has to be
Right.
empowered to make that decision. Who
Right.
else?
I
would
could
make
be
the
so
decision?
stressed that I don't want to take on this buyer or this seller. So we ain't working with them. I'm sorry. Like I ain't signing them to the firm.
Isn't
that would
that
be
a
the same thing
decision?
for y'all.
Isn't that a decision on behalf of the firm? If somebody calls him and he gets a bad vibe from him, if he goes to an open house, if he holds an open house and this buyer comes in and he gets completely skeeved out by him and he's like, no, this person's gonna lock me in a bathroom and tie me up upside down. That ain't happening.
They're gonna get us in debt, sue us,
He's
something.
not just deciding that he's not going to work for that buyer. He's deciding that the entire what?
Firm.
Office is not going to work for that buyer. He's making a decision for the office. So he is the office's what?
Representative.
Yeah, but what kind of agency?
General
does he
agency.
have? He has general agency for his office because he's making a decision for his office.
Margarita's on me, paying through the school company. I'm a general agent.
You do not have that decision-making authority. That's why you
I
have
tried.
general agency and not universal agency.
I tried, y'all.
Natalie?
Travis, it would have been universal agency if the question left out and agreement, so as long as she gets the approval of the seller. It would have been universal if you take that part out of the question.
Like the
Natalie,
Yes.
what did I say about answering universal agency?
Unlimited power of attorney.
What did I say about
what's it
answering
gonna be on your
universal
test?
agency?
Universal.
It's getting
It
hot
ain't gonna
in
be the
here.
answer.
Too hot.
Because you almost can't, because here's what it would have to say. Deb has been hired to represent the seller in a real estate transaction and is allowed to do anything.
Okay.
Do you really think you're gonna see that on the test?
No.
So even though we have to go over these in class, let's just go ahead and remember universal. Let's ignore that one.
It's not realistic. As real
Special
estate
and general.
brokers, special and general agency is where we live.
So we need to focus. Horse
Okay.
with blinders, Kathleen.
If it would have been universal, it would also include they can do anything. It would
Yes.
say it specific.
Does that make you feel better about it? That universal is there. Do you like unicorns, Natalie? Are they your favorite thing? Does it make you feel better if I tell you they
She's just
exist
trying to get it.
somewhere deep dark in the forest? No, I get it. But what I'm trying to say is you don't need to grapple with what would make it universal agency, because that's literally never going to be the answer. What's the answer going to vary between general agency, special agency? You need to be able to differentiate those two.
And so remember, for your test, we're just teaching you the test stuff. But when you are hired as a general agent, you are going to have an outline stating specifically what you can do.
What powers you have.
Yes.
Deani?
So you're basically saying if we see universal agency on a test, just go ahead and mark it out 100%.
I mean, I would pretty much say so.
I would say
universal
99%.
agency is way extreme. It's like super. It's Britney Spears. How often does that happen, folks? Why the hell do we talk about it like that's the craziest shit I ever heard? Because it is the craziest shit you ever heard.
If we had that for a client,
try to write out the relationship between Britney Spears and her dad on a test and tell me what the test question looks like. It ain't happening. It's too extreme.
Right. So you don't even need to know how it would look.
Right.
Okay.
It's too extreme.
Okay.
Janet.
I listened to one of your old videos and someone asked, why do we need to know this then? And I thought it was helpful. And you said, well, some of your clients might have that and you might be
You
so that
might
was
be
helpful.
working with a universal agent. Is somebody going to come to you at some point down the road and say, I need to sell my mama's house, but mama is still alive? Is that going to happen?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, normally what would you say to somebody who comes to you and says, I need to sell my mama's house? I can't what?
Who are you? I can't
Who
do
are
that
you?
for
I can't talk to you. You better give me your what?
Your mama's number.
You better get your mama. It's her house. It's her decision. But they're going to show you a piece of paper that says they have what kind of agency? Universal agency. Except what's it going to say at the top? It's not going to say universal agency. It's going to say what?
Limited power of attorney.
Limited power of attorney. Now, do you know that person that's sitting in front of you has the ability to make the decision to sell mama's house?
Yes.
Yes. So while you as an agent will never have it for your clients, you will deal with people who have it for others. Does that make sense about why we need to understand the concept?
Yes.
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 Okay. Jen?
Okay, so I work in real estate law. And so we do a lot of closings, refinances, deed transfers. Never once have I ever seen a universal agency through a broker.
Yep.
It's always been a family member handling an estate. But in all the years of my practice, it's never happened. And we do an average of 2 to 3 closings per day.
Yep.
I wouldn't
bet you
count on
see some
even
crazy
seeing
stuff.
it.
Though.
I threaten my mother with universal agency. I'm like, if you keep acting crazy, we
Hear
won't-
that,
you know, I'm gonna.
Thank you for mentioning that.
No, it's good that you point that out. It's too extreme, right, Jen? It's
Right.
just crazy.
Even in the real
You know,
world.
we don't give real estate brokers that level of power, but we do deal with them in real estate because unfortunately there are going to be people who can't make decisions for themselves. But think about we have adults who never have their own decision-making authority. What if someone has a mental development issue? You know, what if they are special needs? What if they never have, even though they reach the age of adulthood, they never have the legal authority to make their own decisions? Somebody has to have what over them to make decisions for them?
Unlimited power.
Unlimited power of attorney or universal.
Universal.
You know? So when you're dealing with a universal agent, it's the same thing as dealing with the person directly because they have every bit of authority that person would have to make decisions. Okay. Now, remember, we are a state that practices what type of brokerage? Of the two main categories of brokerage between fiduciary and transactional, what type of brokerage do we practice?
Fiduciary.
What does that mean? Okay, it's nice that you know to give me the right terminology. And that is the right answer. But what does that mean? That means that licensees in this state are looking
Have to do
out
what?
for what in the transaction?
Client.
Client's best interest. that means that entire offices in this state are hired to look out for the best interest of the client, not for the
They
best
have
interest
to.
of the transaction. Is everybody good on that?
Mhm.
Right? Sometimes the transaction dies because that's in the best interest of who?
The client.
Client, right? That is what fiduciary brokerage is all about. Now, we had this question come up earlier, but it's a good time to revisit this. We're going to see a lot of the word exclusive. Exclusive is a word that, quite honestly, is a real estate office's best friend when it comes to the client relationships.
Heck yeah.
Because we want our clients to be faithful to us in the same way that we are faithful to them. Let me make it clear. We are always faithful to our clients. We always owe them loyalty. We always owe them confidentiality. We always owe old car to our clients, no matter what type of relationship we have created with them. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
But they don't always owe us that same thing.
Right.
What promise do we want clients to make? In addition to saying, yes, I'll hire you, we want them ideally to go further than that. What's the next further step that we would like to have our clients go to that makes us feel so much better as the office or as the agent in this?
Being exclusive.
We want the
Won't hire nobody else.
We want the client
Monogamy.
to date us exclusively. We want to be married to the client exclusively. Now, here's
No,
what's
that's
interesting about this. I want you to understand this because I find this gets lost in the shuffle. We are never going to be exclusive to the client. It's very hard to make a living only having how many clients?
One.
One. So when we talk about exclusivity, we're not saying you're our only client. I mean, I suppose there are agents out there who have only one client, but it would have to be a hell of a client to only have one.
And when we're talking about these agreements, they're called agency agreements. So
Right.
what that's doing is making us the agent of them.
Correct.
So we're not saying we're not going to work with other people and be their agent too. We're just saying
We
some
want
agreements
them
make
to
you
commit that we will be
us.
their only agent. Does that make sense
We
for
love
everybody?
those agreements.
The client's committed to the firm.
The client is committed to
And
the office, which could
they
be a sole
must-
proprietorship or a firm. Yes.
For an agency agreement to be exclusive, it must be in writing.
No doubt. I mean, how are we going to think about marriage? You can't create marriage without putting it in writing, right? You can say you're married all you want to, but until you actually file that marriage certificate, you're not what?
Married.
You're
You're
married.
not legally married.
Same thing is true with these exclusive relationships. If we're going to create an exclusive relationship and we're going to say to a court of law, Your Honor, this client promised to only allow us to represent them and no other office to represent them in this transaction, you better have that in what?
Writing.
You better have that in writing. You better be willing to present that in writing if that's what you're going to claim. Amy?
Yeah, just real quick. So, when I bought my house, I never signed anything that said I'm exclusively to you. Like, I never even verbally said that, but we just continued. Is that wrong to do?
No, not necessarily, because what it most likely means is that the agent you were dealing with was not representing you. Who were they very likely representing?
The firm that they worked for.
But get to the root, the deeper, who does their firm work for, Amy? I don't care about the firm that they work for. Get to what agency really revolves around. If they weren't working for you, the buyer, who were they working for?
For the seller.
For the seller. Amy, you had sucker tattooed on your forehead.
Apparently.
They took you for a ride because you were dealing with a person whose sole mission in life was to take every dollar out of your pocket.
Very true.
Now, Amy,
and
if
here's the
anybody
thing,
else,
that has to be true, does it not, folks? Because if she didn't hire them, who did hire them? Why were they there?
the seller
did.
because we practice fiduciary brokerage. So you
Which
have to
means
represent somebody.
You got to pick a team. You got to be on a team.
Now, Amy, you aren't the only one who would have had sucker on your forehead if that happened to you. It would have been me too. But that's technically how you have to look at it.
Not
But
anymore,
I'm just a little confused though, because I sought her out and I called her and I called her personally when I was looking for a real estate agent. And I called her and I was like, hey, I want you, help me. But I still never signed anything. I never
Why
even
didn't you
verbally
hire
said-
her?
What is it?
Why didn't you not hire her?
I guess I didn't know that I needed to specifically do that.
So what you're saying to me is you thought she was representing you?
Yes, I did. I thought she was representing me.
Okay, so you thought she was representing you, but you never signed an agreement for her to hire you. How many of you all think that sounds like a dangerous dynamic when someone believes they are being represented, but the person they're dealing with is actually not representing them? How many of you think that's a dangerous dynamic?
Yeah.
Is that implied?
dangerous.
Implied?
Very, very, very,
So,
very.
Amy, let me show you what to do to take care of that.
Okay.
There is
The Real Estate Commission
there is a
lives for
website,
this.
ncrec.gov.
Okay.
And when
File a
you
complaint.
scroll down to the bottom
Now.
of ncrec.gov, there is a button right there.
Before you click it.
Because what you just outlined is absolutely the cardinal sin of a real estate broker.
I want to play devil's advocate though, and maybe they got
I
her. I
don't.
know. No, I know. Listen though,
And
they
I don't
may
want
have.
you to either.
They may have gotten her
No.
to sign it with the offer.
I don't care if they got her to sign it with the offer. That's not enough. She clearly didn't understand.
She needs
what
to
she
explain.
signed.
Yes, I'm just.
Click the button.
Okay.
They didn't do their job.
Okay.
If you don't feel and know that you hired them, they didn't do their job. Because, folks, what is the most important thing for a buyer or seller to understand? Whether or not they have who in the transaction?
Representation.
Representation.
Now, this is the kind of thing that the commission does live for, though.
Yes.
Because they care about the public's best interest. So
That's
yes,
right.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think she should have explained it.
That's right. It's the person has to. Again, Alexia, I'm going to come after you on that. What did I say we're not going to talk about when we talk about agency? What is off limits as a topic when we talk about agency?
Compensation.
Compensation, because compensation has nothing to do with what, folks? Agency.
Nothing.
It only clouds the picture. It has
So-
nothing to do with it.
I have a
Agency is
question,
who
Travis.
we're hired by. Yes.
Yes, it's kind of what we were talking about, because it happens to me as well. I never signed anything. I never working with real estate agents until I place the offer. That's when I sign everything. So if we do fill a complaint, it's kind of I say, she said type of thing. Like there's no proof. Like how would that?
There's easily proof of what you signed and what you didn't sign. That they either have it or they don't.
So if I said, oh, I never saw anything until I placed the offer, like few months after. So
they're going to have to prove otherwise.
Okay. So before that day, like,
Absolutely. That's what I just said, right? And again, stop bringing the garbage in here. What is the speed limit on Interstate 40?
55.
Is that what people drive on Interstate 40?
No.
No.
Not me.
So here's what you're asking me. This is what these questions are. I know the speed limit was 55. I just saw somebody driving 75. Are there people who drive 75 when the speed limit is 55, folks?
Surely they do, yes.
Yes. Here's the simple answer. They're breaking the law. And either you do something about that or you don't. I don't care.
Right.
But I don't think it has anything to do with the way you should focus on these things. What are you here to learn?
The speed limit.
The law, the speed limit.
To stay out of jail.
The speed limit. And what we just learned is that if we want our clients to become our clients exclusively, how do we have to create that? In what format?
Writing.
In writing. There's no exception to that, folks. There's no exception to it. Now,
And trust us, we know that this section gets the best of people. So we got you.
but why does it get the best of people? Because we refuse to let it be simple. Agency
Right.
is really not that complex, folks. It's really not that complex. I mean, here's the thing. If you have a child and a fight breaks out on the playground, you may go and try to break up the fight. Will we all agree with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Inevitably, Who are you going to protect the most, though, in the process of breaking up the fight?
My child.
Kid.
Child. Because you have an agency, you have a responsibility to look out for their best interest. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? You have a responsibility to that child above the other children. And that is exactly how real estate brokers work. Will real estate brokers be involved with people in transactions that they don't have agency with? Will they be dealing with the fight with people that they
Yes.
don't have agency relationships with? Right? Yes.
Look, you gonna
there
have
are
to sit
people in
right
the
there.
fight that we don't
Go
have a
get your mama.
relationship with. Are there people in
Yeah.
the fight that we don't have agency
Go get your
with?
mama.
What do y'all think?
That's what they're gonna say.
And what do you say to the kids that aren't your kid? You better
Go
off,
get
you
your
better
mama.
Go talk to your mama, or I'm gonna
Yeah.
find your mama, right? And this, we handle that the same way as real. Those are our customers. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
Because when we go jump
Yeah.
in the fight, yes, we're dealing in the fight, but we're protecting who?
Our client.
Our client.
client.
And we have to be very clear about who that client is. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
Because the client is our baby in the transaction, right? Now, when we talk about creating this relationship, the hiring action, it has to be done in one of two ways. And the best way to differentiate for me express versus implied agency is whether or not you want to be legal or illegal. Because, and this is why I'm glad that we get some of the war stories, you know, like Christina, for example, saying my agent didn't do this or I didn't see that. If Christina or Amy never had a conversation with the agent that they were working with about hiring them, but the agent proceeded to act as if they had this conversation. And so, Amy, let me ask you a question. You never had that conversation with your agent, but did they act as if you had that conversation? In other words, did they act as if they were your agent and you had hired them?
Yeah, she immediately started sending me houses.
Okay, but not only sending you houses, did she speak on your behalf? Did she present an offer to somebody else on your behalf? Did she negotiate on your behalf with other people?
Yes.
Yes. So, folks, is this person acting like Amy has hired her?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you all think that is express agency, or do you all think that's implied agency? Is that agent practicing express
Implied.
agency or implied agency?
Implied.
Agency, because they look like an agent, they walk like an agent, they talk like an agent. Anybody who meets them would say that's Amy's agent because they're acting like they're what?
Her agent.
Their agent.
Her agent. But the reality is she never actually hired them. That's implied agency. And that
Yes,
is
and I
very
see why-
much illegal.
Right. And I see why Travis was shutting me down earlier, but you could do it a little nicer next time. Implied is so bad. Even if she did sneak it in there with the offer to purchase, she needs to explain what
Right.
she is signing.
We have to explain agency to people.
We can't
so that
just
they
say,
can-
oh, well, you want me to send you houses? Okay, well, I'm gonna just kind of act like your agent, but I'm not gonna tell you about it.
Well,
Like,
I just looked, I just went back in my email for my records and I looked at my offer to purchase for the house that I bought. That was the first thing that I signed or did anything with. I just looked through the whole contract. It says nothing about what we're talking.
And that's not good because
Yeah,
this
it's really
person,
bad.
this person has essentially taken authority that you never gave them.
Yes.
They've inserted themselves in a transaction. I can't speak for a buyer. I can't say this is my buyer's offer if they're not my buyer. They haven't what?
They have not hired
They've
you.
not hired me. But here's
Remember-
the thing. I'm implying that they did. Are the people? Here's a question I got for you, Amy. People on the other side of that transaction, if they were asked one simple question right now, did Amy have a buyer's agent? What would their answer be?
No.
You think the people
No,
on the other
the
side,
people-
the
Oh, no,
sellers,
they would-
what
no,
would
I'm
their
sorry.
answer
Say
be?
yes.
I
would they
sorry,
say?
misinterpreted that.
And did
It
you
would
have-
be yes.
Their answer would be yes, because from everything they saw, you had a what?
I had an agent.
An
You
agent.
had an agent. You had somebody calling on your behalf. You had somebody negotiating on your behalf. You had somebody dealing with them on your behalf. What is their expectation? You had an agent, but the truth is you didn't. That is implied agency. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
And remember, the client is the one who gives us these power levels.
Right.
So that agent
client
implied that you were giving that to them.
The agent
and you
implied
never did.
that they had been given the power and they had not. Express agency is agency that is intentionally created, where Amy actually says to the agent, I want you to have this authority. I want you to represent me. Does everybody see the difference?
I think she took advantage of me because I was a first-time home buyer and I knew nothing.
So here's your learning experience from that. Don't be that agent. Don't be that person.
Exactly.
Are we going to have a very detailed conversation with these people about what agency is and what it means to actually represent their best interest?
Hell yes.
Yes.
Hell
absolutely.
yes.
Janet, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I used to go and see a lot of homes with Redfin and never placed an offer with them, but just, it was easy to see homes. And sometimes they would call the sellers and ask questions, but I never signed anything. Is that implied or is it different because it's
Absolutely,
Redfin?
it's implied agency. If you never actually talk to them, and notice it says express agency can be created in 2 ways, not just one, but 2. What are the 2 ways?
Oral or written.
Oral or written.
Or on written.
So you could
can-
create express agency by at least saying to Redfin, I want you to be my agent. I want you to call these people on my behalf. That would be express agency. But if you've
Right.
never had that conversation, either verbally or in writing, it is implied agency. And that is very illegal in the state of North Carolina. They have no legal right to call on your behalf.
Right. And remember, when we're looking at express or implied, we are no way, shape, or form talking about whether you're exclusive or not. We're just saying, have you given us the permission to speak for you?
Jordan?
Yeah, based on this information, also we would really know whether they're giving us the best information on our behalf. We don't know what they're actually telling us is actually
here's
on
the
our
thing.
best interest or not.
If they won't do the very basics correct of talking to you about actually being a representation, is this who you want representing them and representing you in a transaction? What do y'all think?
No.
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 Jeremy, I don't care what. Jeremy said, can somebody put it in their terms and conditions? Folks, we all operate under the same agency laws. Stop making it more complex.
Yes.
What does a licensee in this state have to do before they can place any phone call on behalf of anybody, can reach out to anybody on behalf of anybody? What conversation must be had at least verbally, but most likely in writing at some point? What conversation has to take place?
Agency, how you're going to be
Express
hired.
agency
Do
agreement.
you want me to represent you? That's the first conversation, because
Literal.
if they don't give you that permission, you can't call for them.
Right.
If I show a house to a buyer and we have this conversation, I say, well, do you want me to be your buyer's agent? And they say, well, no, I'm not ready to commit to that yet. And they say, can you call the seller and find out if they have any offers? What's my answer to that question?
No.
No, I can't call the seller because I'd be calling on your behalf, and you just said what?
No,
I don't represent
I'm
you.
not allowed to.
Yeah.
You just told me I'm not allowed to.
will be an
Exactly.
implied
But
agreement.
if they orally agreed to that, then you could. Orally
That's right.
agreed to
I
a
just
buyer's
said,
agency.
do you want me to be your agent? Can they verbally say yes and at least give me the right to now call on their behalf? What do y'all think?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if they agreed orally, you have to follow up with the written agreement.
If we want it to be what? If we want it to be what? Back up to what's our favorite word?
Exclusive.
Exclusive.
They can create agency verbally, but it's not what?
Exclusive.
Exclusive.
Exclusive. Could they create a verbal agency relationship with 20 different offices?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely they could. But at least we've created agency. Can I now call on their behalf if I have a verbal agency agreement?
Yes.
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 But here's the thing, folks, you need to understand. Is that a conversation that must be had before we can do anything for them?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. I'm not your agent until you tell me I'm your what?
Agent.
Your agent.
Agent.
What the conversation consists of? What am I going to tell the person on the other end of the phone when they answer? Hello?
Hi, I'm representing a buyer.
I'm Travis, and I'm calling you about your property. And, well, I don't really have a buyer client that's interested in it, but I'm just curious if you have offers. What are they going to say to me? Stop wasting my
Click.
fucking time. What are you? Why are you calling me if you don't even have a buyer? Do you see how that doesn't make any logical sense?
Yeah.
I'm only placing that phone call because I have who that wants me to do it for them.
Your client.
Buyer client.
Client. And they're only my client if we've had the conversation and they've said, I'm your client, you're my agent. Does that make sense for everybody?
I think it's funny, Travis, because we haven't even had to give the restaurant example for Implied. I mean, they've given so many implied
Like,
examples.
real life
already.
examples. Is everybody okay so far on the difference between implied agency and express agency?
Yes.
Implied means acting like you have the authority. Express means you actually have the authority. Is everybody good with that?
So just one more quick one for Implied. You're walking in the neighborhood, somebody's walking up to you, you've had a conversation with the neighbor that they might be selling their house, but they have not said, I want to hire you. You haven't asked that. And then you see somebody the next day, they stop you and they're like, oh, I have a listing coming up next week. And you don't. You never had a conversation that says, will you list my house? That's also implied.
You can't, right. You can't say and act as if you have been hired by this person when you really have not.
Right.
You really have not, right? That's exactly right. Don't put the ring on unless you're actually what?
Married.
Married. That's implying something. Don't do that. Don't do that in this business. Now, when we start to dive into these relationships, and which is what we're about to do now, when an office is hired by someone in a transaction, we have to decide not only that they're going to hire us, but we have to decide how they're going to hire us. We, as real estate brokers and real estate offices, have the ability to represent people in a multitude of different ways. Can we represent sellers?
Yes.
Yes.
That's one type of relationship. Can we represent buyers?
Yes.
That's another type of relationship. Can we represent both at the same time?
Yes.
That's another type of relationship. Guess who gets to make that choice, folks? And I'll give you a hint. It ain't us.
The client.
It's the client. So when the client hires us, not only do we need to hear, I want you to be my agent, we need to hear, I want you to be this kind of agent for me. Is everybody picking up what I'm putting down with that?
Yes.
I need to know, are you hiring me as your buyer's agent? Are you hiring me as your seller's agent? Are you hiring me because you want me to represent both you and the buyer at the same time?
You want me to stand in the middle?
You're the boss. You got to tell me what you want me to do. But here's the thing. They are the boss. That doesn't mean they have the necessary information. How many of you all think we have to give them the menu? How many of you think we have to explain the options to them so that they can make an educated choice about how they want to hire us?
Well, that's the thing here. These clients are not going to know how many ways they can be represented in North Carolina by a real estate agent. These 4 ways on the screen are the only ways you can be represented by a real estate agent in North Carolina. And going back to, I don't know why I'm having a brain fart right now, Amy, her example, for all she knows, that seller, the agent could have been representing the seller exclusively, but also talking to her.
And that's why we always have to give people the menu. We always have to say, I'm here, I'm licensed, I'm available if you'd like to hire me in my office, but we need to talk about the ways in which you could hire me. Does that make sense for everybody now?
Yes.
Our job as a licensee is to present the choices to them. How many of you, be honest, are sitting here going, holy shit, my agent sucked last time because they never did this? How many, be honest?
Me, 100%.
That's why the North Carolina Real Estate Commission exists, folks. And that's why it's a never ending string of complaints, because so many licensees get this totally wrong. So many licensees just want to jump in bed before they even talk about who they're in bed with. It's not the right way to do this. And I promise your clients will appreciate this if you take 5 minutes to stop and explain to them who you are, why you're there, and get their permission. Isn't it nice if you're going to jump into bed with somebody that you actually ask them, is that okay? I mean, isn't that nice?
Consent is sexy.
You know?
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. I mean, holy
I'm
moly.
here for that.
Wow. I don't know what just happened, but I feel like
Consent is sexy. I mean, who over here thinks that? I ain't even going on a serious note. Somebody asked me, they can accept orally. What their meaning is, they can agree to agency orally, but they could always back out of it. Well,
listen,
of course.
can we just, after I just played Let's Get It On, can we avoid the terminology orally for at least like 2 minutes?
I always
Can
want
we
to
go-
avoid that
can we
word in
maybe
real
say
estate class.
Can we say verbally? You know?
I always want to use verbally. So let's all just make a pact that we're going to say verbal from now on.
I mean, you can't have me play Marvin Gaye and then start talking about orally this and orally that. That's just too close to home. You know?
Let's orally get it out of our system. So somebody did message me and said they can verbally say, I want you to be my agent, but they could always back out. Yes, they can always back out. It's not binding. It's not exclusive.
Because it's not exclusive. It's not in writing. Exactly. So here's the thing. Our job is to present the menu. Now, what we're going to do here is to dive into these choices and how we would explain these choices to this member of the public so that they can decide how they want to hire us. How many of you all think this is going to absolutely be heavily tested? These 4 different possibilities for us being hired here. What do y'all think?
Yes.
Yes. This is going to come hot and heavy here, you know, and the differences in these relationships.
There's agents who are in the playing field right now who can't even explain some of this stuff to you, and it's sad.
It is sad. It is sad because this is the very basis of our business. Now, remember, just as a reminder, the client is not hiring Travis individually. The client is not hiring Seth individually. The client is hiring the office. Everybody remembers that, right?
So that's how we chose to affiliate.
So when we talk about them, I'll back up to the menu again. If they're going to hire us as an exclusive seller's agent, are they just hiring Seth as their exclusive seller's agent, or are they hiring everybody in his office as their exclusive seller's agent?
Everyone in the office.
Everybody in the office.
This is huge to
Yanni's
get.
over there she's like, yeah, everybody. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. She's having a whole Backstreet moment over there. Everybody. Yeah, right. You know, and so that's exactly it. We're hiring the whole office. The whole office here, and because Seth comes as part of the package. He's part of the deal for hiring the office.
I think it's the other way around, but I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, right. I know that's how you do.
But I will say too, remember, these are only applicable in North Carolina.
Yes.
Agency relationships in North Carolina.
This is specifically how they work in our state. And so this will be very heavily tested on the North Carolina section of the test. Now, you're going to see visuals that I'm going to reuse and recycle over and over and over. And FYI, we're not going to cover all 4 of these before we go to lunch. I just want to do 1 of the 4, and then we'll take our lunch break.
Stick your toe in there.
Exactly. I want to get the most important one out of the way, because there is one that is far more important than the rest. Jordan, do you have a question?
Yes, I was thinking about what you just said, hiring the firm. I'm using the analogy of a football team. Like, say, for instance, if I get hurt and I can't continue playing, then someone on the team would take my place to make sure that the game is still going on. So that's how.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly it. Next person up, right? Somebody else has got to step in and look after the client.
Good job, Jordan.
Okay. So what we're going to see visually is these transactions represented as a tug of war. The tug of war is always between the same 2 parties. Who are the parties to the transaction? Not the parties to the agency, but the parties to the transaction.
Buyer and seller.
Buyer and the seller. Now, the representation part comes into the picture of who's going to choose to have representation. Is the buyer going to have representation? Is the seller going to have representation? Are they both going to have representation? So you're going to see a series of visuals as we go through these where it's always a tug of war. Remember, the tug of war is always not between the offices or the brokers. The tug of war is between who?
Buyer and seller.
The buyer and the seller. And the reason for that is everything that's good for the buyer is what?
For the seller.
For the seller. You know, you negotiate the price lower. That's good for the buyer. That's bad for the seller. Everything that's good for the seller, you know, we're selling it as is. We're not going to fix anything. Well, who's that bad for? It's bad for the buyer. I mean, this is very much a tugging relationship here. There is no happy, you know, sort of result. You go one way or you go the other. And so that's why we use that as a visual representation. And before we even look at the picture, we got to remind you again of the terminology that we will use often here. These ing words, right? When we say the terminology listing firm, we mean the office that brought who to the tug of war? Who did they bring?
The seller.
Brought the seller. When we say they may or may not be representing the best interest of the seller, but that's a different discussion. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
But they brought the seller to the party. When we say selling office or selling firm or selling agent, what do we mean?
The buyer.
Brought the buyer to the transaction. Does that mean they automatically represent the buyer, or is that a different thing?
Different thing.
Different thing.
Different thing. Usually they also represent the buyer, but is it possible to be the selling agent and not representing the buyer?
Yes.
Yes. Because selling just means you brought them there. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay? Selling just means you brought them there. Doesn't mean you're actually looking out for their best interest. It often coincides. It often overlaps. But for us, the ing words just tell us who we brought to the transaction. So let's look at the first visual. And this one is the most important of all of these relationships that we can offer to consumers in North Carolina. Seller agency. Single agency. So what is it? What do you think the single agency part means? Only how many sides have representation?
One.
So only one side of the tug of war has somebody helping them, somebody assisting them. And if it's single agency, seller agency, who has the help? Who has the assistance? Who has the advice?
The
Seller does. And that leaves who by themselves, an unrepresented
Buyer.
That leaves the buyer unrepresented. Now, here's what I want you to understand. That does not automatically mean, and this is going to be a test of whether you grasp the things we've been talking about this week thus far. That does not automatically mean that somebody from ABC Realty didn't bring this buyer to the party. Is it possible that this young lady right here was holding an open house and found that buyer at the open house? Is that possible?
Yes.
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 And when she found that buyer, we would refer to her with what ing terminology, because she was finding the buyer. We would call her the what agent?
Selling.
She would be the selling agent. But is she representing that buyer?
No.
No. Because she works for ABC Realty, who was hired by which party in the transaction?
The
seller.
The seller. So who does she owe old car to?
The seller.
Owes old car to the seller. Just because she found the buyer doesn't mean she owes them anything. Is it legal for her to find this buyer?
Yes.
Yes. And is that a good thing from the seller's perspective that she found the buyer?
Yes.
But, and is she going to talk to the buyer? Is she going to smile at the buyer? Is she going to be helpful to the buyer at that open house?
Oh, yeah.
Is she going to answer the buyer's questions at that open house?
My pleasure.
Yes. Is she a snake in the grass to that buyer at that open house? Yes, because as nice as she is, as helpful as she is,
as Nisha said,
courteous as she is, who does she work for?
Seller.
Seller. And look at Nisha's comment in the chat. The buyer is her what, folks? Her customer. The seller is her what?
Client.
How many of you feel like a light bulb just went off somewhere in the dark and you're starting to connect some of the dots on this stuff right there, right?
Yes.
That's why the differentiation between customer and client is so important, because that young lady may be holding the open house, which might be great for the buyer because the buyer gets to see the property. But at the end of the day, is she going to give that buyer any advice?
No.
Because she's working for who?
The
seller.
Working with.
She
the
might be
buyer.
working with the buyer, but she's working for that seller.
Boom.
Now, here's where who is that dangerous for? Who is
For
at
the
risk?
buyer.
Is very much at risk because the buyer is now not only unrepresented, but they are talking to someone and dealing with someone who works what?
Against
The
seller.
And for
Against
the
them.
seller.
Best interest of the seller.
Let me ask you, let me just throw something out there, because this is going to happen in your real estate career. You're holding that open house at one of your office's listings. So your whole office has been hired by the seller. This buyer comes in and goes, "Woo, I love it. I would even pay more than the listing price."
You would? How much?
She's going to be very interested to learn that this buyer would be willing to pay more than the list price.
100%.
And is
Her
that
ears are perked.
Is that a customer that just shared that information with her, or is that a client that just shared that information?
A customer.
That's a customer. Do we owe customers the duty of confidentiality?
No.
Nope.
No, but there is somebody that we owe a duty to on the other side. What
Go
duty
spill it.
do we owe?
Client.
We owe our client the duty of what?
Old car.
Old car includes disclosure of all relevant information, does it not?
Get your check ready.
Was
That
she
buyer came
obligated-
in and he was wearing red underwear. I saw it. And he also said,
Yeah, that you tell them everything. You tell your client everything. So what's she
I don't
gonna
know
do
why
with-
she saw the underwear, but
what's she gonna do with the tea here?
spill it.
Spill it. She's gonna
With
run
her
right
pinky
back
pointed
after
out.
that open house, and she's gonna tell everybody in her office and the seller that this buyer was interested, they loved it, and they're willing to pay what? More than the list price. And is that information going to get used against that buyer in that negotiation?
Definitely.
Because that buyer's going to come in, because here's what's going to happen inevitably. That buyer's going to sit down and it's time to make an offer. They're not going to offer more than list price. They're going to offer full price. They might even offer less than full price because they feel like, oh, they're in a negotiation now, right?
Right.
Here's where it
But they're
sucks to
not.
suck. It don't matter what they offer. They've already spilled the tea on themselves. They told the seller's agent that they were willing to what?
Pay more.
Pay more.
When she takes that offer back to her seller client, she's going to say, here's their offer, but let me just tell you what they told me. Y'all see how that's dangerous for that buyer?
Yes.
That's a buyer with sucker tattooed on their forehead.
So everybody up in ABC Realty with the orange attached to them, they all know that that buyer's willing to pay more, and they're just looking at him like,
That's it. Because, and now, here's what I want to ask you, because this can feel dirty. Is there anything wrong with that scenario legally? Has the agent done anything wrong?
No.
no, they've actually done what they're supposed to
Absolutely
do.
not. They've done what they were supposed to do. Because who did they owe loyalty to?
Their client.
Their client, the seller. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Starting to see how that works right there?
Yes.
Do you feel differently about going to an open house now all of a sudden?
Yes.
Yes.
That's your
Be
mouth.
quiet.
Do you feel differently about going to a model home with an on-site agent there?
Yes.
Who do they work for, folks?
The seller.
Seller.
Not saying nothing.
You try.
That's
you better keep
why-
your mouth shut.
That's why whenever you have people who say, well, I'm just going to get new construction, you still need an agent. They ain't working for you there.
You need an agent when you go to new construction, if for no other reason to look at you and say, shut up, stop talking right now. because they work against you. I don't care how nice
That's
they
on my
are.
toes.
Shut your mouth. What do you think I tell every one of my buyer clients before we walk into a new construction model home? What do you think?
Don't
First
say
thing I tell them
anything.
Be
before they walk in
quiet.
the
I
door,
got it.
Let
Keep
me
your
do the
mouth
talking.
shut.
you don't say shit when we're in here. You let me do the talking.
Quiet.
Right.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Back.
If you got an opinion, you express it to me in the hallway, quietly,
Right.
outside, somewhere, out of earshot of them. Am I not protecting? Is that not how you protect your client's best interest?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, right? And that's why they need representation, because everything said in front of that person is said in front of the seller themselves, because it's all going to get relayed back to them, right? That's agency, folks. That's what agency is. Agency is a team sport. It's about being on a team. And this relationship right here, exclusive seller agency, is the absolute basis of our business. Because if you think about it, if sellers never hired us, we wouldn't have anything to sell. We wouldn't have a business if we couldn't get listings. And that's how we refer to the properties that were hired by the sellers to market for them. They're called listings. How many of you have ever heard of, oh, I got a new listing, right?
Yes.
The reason we call them listings is anytime you're working with the seller, you are what?
You're listing it
You're
yourself.
listing. So what do you think we call the agreement that creates an agency relationship between a seller and the office that's going to represent the seller? What do you think we call that agreement? What's the name of that contract?
Listing agreement.
It's called a listing agreement. It's called a listing agreement. So the written agreement we would have a seller sign, which would hire our office to represent that seller's best interest, would be most appropriately referred to as a listing agreement. Are we all good on that terminology?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have somebody, and I gotta call you out. And Yelly, please unmute. She's saying working for ? The seller ? I think I got it backwards on my notes. I said, I don't know, you tell me. She said, I thought it was working with the seller client. Well, of course, when you're working with your client, you're working with them, but you're also working
Here's
for
the thing. They're two
them.
separate things. You can work with them and you can work for them. Here, when we go back to this picture, the agent that I circled, the broker that I circled, which one of the two parties is she working with?
So
Looks like she's working with both of them to me.
I would say both.
Everybody has their hand on the road.
Everybody has their hand on the road.
She's holding the open house. She's dealing with the buyer. As soon as she leaves the open house, she's going to run and tell all the information to who?
Seller.
She's working with the seller.
Working with both of them, but she's only working for
Seller.
the seller.
Okay, that's where I got it confused.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
It's
She's
like
working
that
with-
Prince song. I would die for you.
Right. And that's why working with is never the same thing as working for. Working with, you can be working with two people, but only working what? For one of
The
them.
Best Buy is my favorite example. The Best Buy associate. They are working with their manager and the customer, but they're only working for their manager.
That's it. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Because the people that come in the door are their customers. Right?
Of course,
So-
you're going to be nice to your customer.
So, of course you are, because you want to get the transaction done on behalf of your client. That's exactly right. Now, in a single agency situation with exclusive seller agency, the office or firm has been hired by the seller. The buyer is unrepresented. And if it's exclusive seller agency, not only has the seller hired this office, but they've hired them and said, we will only compensate, work with, deal with your office. Does that make sense for everybody? So add the word exclusive to a listing agreement and you have our favorite agreement in all of real estate. What if a listing agreement is great, what's even better to see on the top of a listing agreement? Exclusive listing agreement. And so this is the absolute golden document in our business, because this is the document. It's just a little snippet of it, and we'll talk about it in more detail, where you see that the seller has hired our office, and what's our favorite word?
Exclusively
To represent them in the transaction. And notice it says this exclusive right to sell listing agreement is entered into between the seller, so Sam the seller, and of the property described below, and blank as the listing what? Are you hiring Seth directly? Would Seth Thomas's name be on this next line?
No, the firm.
No,
job.
would be Trav Talks LLC. Does that make sense
Because
for
that's
everybody?
how I've chosen to affiliate.
Because that's how he's chosen to work. Right? That's that exactly, Sam. It's you. And so we can't hire Seth directly. We have to hire his entire office. So is every broker within that office now a sub-agent of this seller? What do y'all think?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Because Trav Talks LLC is the agent of the seller. That's who the seller hired directly. And the brokers are all going to be, including Seth, including Travis, including Leslie, including my mom, will all be sub-agents of that seller. How do we all feel about that terminology now?
Good.
Okay. Janet, you had your hand up.
Yeah, sorry if you already said this. In the previous slide, you know how it says buyer unrepresented? That just means by us. They could be represented by another.
Nope. We're going to talk about that. That's a different type of transaction. When we talk about single agency exclusive seller, we are talking about a transaction where only the seller has chosen to have representation.
Good question.
Okay.
Really good question.
Okay.
Yeah, really good question.
Because when they're both represented by, it's called something different.
Yep. That's right. It's a different name. Different name. Okay. Now, here's the thing, folks. Remember I mentioned this is the most important relationship of all in our business. Why is that? Why are listing agreements more important than buyer agency agreements? Why are sellers more important than buyers to our industry? Let's just be honest.
Make some money.
We gonna make money.
Well, that
We have to have the inventory. We have to have houses.
I love that word. Inventory.
Yes.
Inventory.
Money is in listing, yes.
Folks, I don't care how good of an agent you have. You can be the best buyer's agent in the world. If nothing's on the market, what can you do?
Nada.
Nothing.
Gotta have
You
something to work with.
need inventory. And listings are how we build inventory. Is that making sense for everybody now?
Yes,
Right?
yes.
So the basis of any successful real estate career is always going to be get more what? What should you always be focused on getting?
Listings.
Listings. So we'll tell you, buyers take care of themselves. You will stumble across buyers as clients.
Left and right.
Listings you have to work for, but you need them. You need them. If you don't have inventory, you're really going to be lost in this business. Is it possible theoretically to be only a buyer's agent? Sure. Is it long-term successful? No, never. It never has been. It never will be. You know, I can see you only being a listing agent and doing just fine, but not only being a buyer's agent, because ultimately listings dictate the marketplace. So this is the way I like to think of listing agreements, really.
All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell you.
That is what a listing agreement is. It is where the money resides. There is no doubt about that.
All right, we going.
It is. It is. So that's probably also a good spot for us to pause for a lunch break. So why don't we stop and pause right there for a lunch break? We'll pause the recording. But I wanted to kind of start back, and actually it was Seth's suggestion that I hold the question off until after we came back, and I think it was a good suggestion. Let's take a second and look at this question. It says, Sally's a provisional broker affiliate of RE/MAX 1 and is showing a property to a buyer. And Seth, you might want to hide the results on this one.
Oh, yeah, let me do that real quick.
The buyer called the RE/MAX 1 office to ask for information about the listing. The listing was taken for RE/MAX 1 by another agent in Sally's office. Who does Sally represent? So you've got, choices there, the seller, the buyer, both the seller and the buyer, neither the seller nor the buyer. When you answer a question like this, what I want you to do is make sure you are only answering based on what you know, what you're given. Don't use assumptions. You have to go based on just the information you have. No assumptions. It says Sally's a provisional broker affiliate of RE/MAX 1 and is showing property to a buyer. The buyer called the RE/MAX 1 office to ask for information about the listing. The listing was taken for RE/MAX 1 by another agent in Sally's office. Who does Sally represent? And I want you, as you answer this, to remember the things we've talked about. When a client hires, they are hiring an entire office. There is no individual in this relationship game. If Sally works with an office, then Sally works for whoever her office works for. And that's important to recognize when you start trying to answer a question like this. And some of you need some work, okay? Some of you need some work. Here's the thing, folks. Who is it clearly stating that RE/MAX 1 has been hired by? Who has hired this office clearly?
The seller.
The seller. And if you've hired RE/MAX 1 as the seller, then haven't you hired Sally?
Of course,
Yes.
yes.
Because Sally is part of RE/MAX 1. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
The 11 of you who answered neither, where are you not getting that the seller's hired RE/MAX?
Right, and Seth is exactly right there. D concerns me because you've ignored basically the statement that the listing has been taken by RE/MAX 1 by another agent. The seller's hired this office, folks. It's not going to get any more clearly laid out for you than that. And I don't want you to say, well, I was looking for the word hired. If you are simply trying to find buzzwords, you're going to struggle on this test.
Right.
You have to look for meaning. Obviously, if we've taken a listing, the only way you can take a listing is by a seller signing a listing agreement, right?
Right.
That means the
So
seller.
I only see about 50 plus people answering, and I know we're going to come back from lunch, so I'm giving you a break here. But if something's not working on your phone or you're not going to participate in the chat, then
You
this
need
is
to
your
be
time to
participating.
practice.
Absolutely. You need to be participating for sure. And don't be afraid to participate. It's okay to get it wrong as long as we get it fixed. Is there
We're only
anybody?
going to laugh at it for a second. It's fine.
That's right. That's right. And internally mostly. Is there anybody who's not understanding why Sally represents the seller there before we move on?
No, not me.
Good. All right. I want to make sure you got that. Her office has been hired by the seller. She's been hired by the seller. They are one and the same. She's part of
Timothy,
the office.
what are you confused on? If you don't mind speaking up, please.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't miss that. Go ahead, Timothy. Are you typing?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you
Yes.
now. Yes.
All right, so I'm just trying to match the words.
You can't do that. You can't do buzzwords. You can't, it's not a word match. That's not going to work in this class. And I know that's how so many people have been taught to deal with these things. It's not going to work in this class because they will use it against you. They use it as a weapon against you. You have to understand the concepts. And so I guess my question for you, Timothy, is is it clear to you that RE/MAX 1 has been hired by the seller? Let's start there. Is it clear to you when you read this that RE/MAX 1 has been hired by the seller?
My thing was I was seeing the part where it says the buyer called the RE/MAX 1 office. So I was thinking maybe they were working for the buyer.
But see, that's an assumption though. You're assuming, and you even said it yourself, I'm thinking maybe they ask it. I want you to answer my question. Are you clear here that RE/MAX 1 works for the seller? Do you clearly see that that's stated? There's no guessing there.
Yeah.
Timothy?
Is it the listing? Yes.
Yeah. It says the listing was taken for RE/MAX 1 by another agent in the office. Do you see that that is the office being hired? Because that's the one you got to connect.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. So once you understand that RE/MAX 1 has been hired by the seller, the next step is just to realize that Sally is part of RE/MAX 1. She is when it says she's an affiliate of, that means she works for. That's the same thing. She's part of that, you know? And so if she's part of it, you hire RE/MAX 1, you're hiring Sally as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So she's got to hire. I mean, RE/MAX has got to represent one party.
Right. And that's also the key to fiduciary brokerage is that, and Erica, it's not really tricky at all. As a matter of fact, if anything, it's overly explained. But the problem is you're making it tricky in your mind because you so badly want whoever the buyer talks to be their agent. That's just not the way this works.
Right.
A buyer talking to an agent doesn't make that their agent. It doesn't. A seller talking to an agent doesn't mean that's their agent.
Right. This right here is the question that's equivalent to an unrepresented buyer walking into a house, a new construction sales office.
That's right.
Exactly what this is right here.
That's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. And so what you're going to have to learn to hunt for in these agency questions is, where's the relationship? Where's the actual agreement? Not where are they talking to each other, where they're doing things with each other, with showing and answering questions and all. That's fluff. Where's the agreement? And the only agreement we're clear here is there's a listing agreement between the seller and RE/MAX 1. And if there's a listing agreement between the seller and RE/MAX 1, that means there's a listing agreement between the seller and Sally, because Sally is part of RE/MAX 1. Okay.
So somebody had said that the word or the phrase listing was taken was a new phrase for them, and that's okay.
And that's
we'll
all
have
right.
a lot of practice, but we treat you like you should know it.
A listing means a listing agreement,
Yes.
right? When we refer to it as a thing, a listing, that's a listing agreement. Well, a listing agreement is the agency agreement that a seller signs to hire an office.
Right. Anthony has a question or something to add.
Yes, I was wondering because I was also confused on the part where he said the listing was taken for RE/MAX 1 by another agent in Sally's office.
Yep.
I think I got it wrong. Well, I got it right, but the wrong way, because I answered the seller because of what they said at the first sentence. It says Sally is a provisional broker affiliate of RE/MAX 1 and is showing a property to a buyer. So I guess I just assumed it. But you know what I mean? So I didn't get it right the way I was supposed to, you know?
Right, you didn't get there for
I'm
the
so
right
appreciative of you picking up.
And I'm
speaking up.
Hear that because we want to get it right for the right reasons.
Right, getting it right by chance is not getting it right.
Right, because that means you're going to be flipping a coin the next time, right?
Yes. So thank you.
So in this case, what you're looking for, Anthony, is who's done the hiring here? Where's the agreement? Has the buyer created an agreement with RE/MAX 1, or has the seller created an agreement with RE/MAX 1? And in this case, the agreement, the listing agreement, was taken for RE/MAX 1. So the agreement is between RE/MAX 1 and the seller because it's a listing, right?
Okay.
And Anthony, I wasn't saying that you did not technically get it right. You did. I was saying for everybody else. If you're answering and you don't know why you got it right, that's not where you want to be.
That's the same thing as wrong, really. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. Thank you for speaking up. Okay. So we need to continue. Why is all of a sudden my computer won't move? My slides are.
All right. We'll see you on Monday. Y'all
Yeah,
have a
I
good
guess
weekend.
so. I guess so. Hey, hang on.
Just kidding. Well, I'm gonna get my sandwich.
Wait a second.
Did you not?
Wait. Seth, did you just say see us on Monday?
No.
Yeah, holiday.
Monday is a holiday, but apparently Seth's volunteering to work with you all on Monday. So that's awfully nice of him.
All right. I was like,
I got them days off.
I'm gonna be here Monday.
That's awfully nice of him. All right.
Next time you say something wrong, I'm gonna be like, hold up. Did you just say? Just kidding.
I'm getting swapped back around here. I'll share in just a second. There we go.
God, nobody on
Getting it wrong. Okay. So when we look at these agency choices and explaining them, you have the flip opposite of single agency, seller agency. Well, flip it around. Still single agency, so only one party has representation, but instead of the seller being represented, who's now the only party with representation in the transaction?
The buyer.
Now, keep
Is
in
the
mind-
seller represented at all?
That's a good question.
No.
No. Now, keep in mind, these are choices that were given to these people. Largely, this choice so far is going to be dictated strictly based on what they are. I mean, if they're a buyer, we're not going to offer them exclusive seller agency because it doesn't apply to them. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
If they're a buyer between these two, which one will we offer them?
It's a
Exclusive buyer.
It's a buyer
It's a
agency.
buyer agency.
If they're thinking about selling their house, we would offer them exclusive
Seller agency.
Seller agent.
right? Exclusive seller agency if they're a seller. So these are choices in some ways, but really some of it is dictated based on just who they are. If they're looking at buying property, then we would offer them exclusive buyer agency. If they're looking at selling property, we would offer them exclusive seller agency. So that to some extent is sort of dictated. But keep in mind, when you look at exclusive buyer agency in a single agency situation, what does the single agency part mean? How many sides are going to be represented?
Just one.
Only one.
Just one.
And which one is that in buyer agency, single agency?
Buyer.
The buyer.
Buyer.
The buyer.
Seller chose to be unrepresented.
There you go. The seller made a choice. And what choice was that the seller made in this transaction?
Not to represent.
Not be represented.
Not to be
I don't want
represented.
representation. We have a very specific phrase for those people in our business. For
Sucker.
sale by owner.
Idiot. I mean owner.
Sucker.
Yes, for sale by idiot. Exactly. Many of you have heard the abbreviation or acronym FSBO before, right? It's a FSBO. Well, that is the quick way of saying for sale by owner. For sale by owner. Well, think about it. For sale by owner, who's not represented in the transaction?
The seller.
Seller.
The owner, the seller, right? The seller has now, why did they likely make that choice? They probably didn't sit there and go, you know what? I don't want advice. I don't want somebody fighting for me. Why did they probably make the choice?
Money.
It's probably a monetary choice. But at the end of the day, yes, they may be saving the money, but this is a perfect example of how the money and the representation are two different things. They might be saving money, but what are they losing by choosing to be a FSBO?
Knowledge. Advice.
Knowledge, advice, representation, protection, somebody looking out for their best interest, somebody to keep their information confidential. Aren't they losing all of those things when they choose to be unrepresented?
Yes.
Absolutely. Here's what I want to point out to you. The seller doesn't make a choice for the buyer as far as agency, and the buyer does not make a choice for the seller as far as agency. Just because the seller chose to be unrepresented, does that mean the buyer has to be unrepresented?
No.
It doesn't. It absolutely does not. Not at all. The buyer is choosing separately here and basically saying, you can be a fool if you want to and not have representation, but I'm going to have me an agent. That's what the buyer's saying here. And that's the buyer's choice. Everybody with me on that?
Yes.
So the buyer has decided they want this representation, they want this advice. And just like a seller hires an entire office, doesn't the buyer hire the entire office as well?
Yes.
Yes.
The buyer hires the whole office as well. Now, the same way that the seller would use a listing agreement to hire an office, who would the buyer utilize to hire, or what agreement would a buyer utilize to hire an office to represent them?
Exclusive buyer agency agreement.
Buyer agency agreement, exactly. And if they want that, Jessica's even one step ahead of me. If they want that buyer agency to be limited to only using their office, it would be what kind of buyer agency?
Exclusive.
It would be exclusive buyer agency, which is the best kind from the office's perspective. Exclusive buyer agency means not only has the buyer decided they want representation, but they've committed that they will only accept that representation and they will only allow how many offices to represent them?
One.
Just one.
One. But remember, it is the entire office. So if that office has 200 brokers that work there, how many exclusive buyer agents or exclusive buyer sub-agents, if you want to say it that way, does that buyer actually have?
The 200.
They have all 200 of them because you're hiring the entirety of the office. Now, Usually, we would love to see that done with a written agreement. Obviously, if it's exclusive, it has to be a written agreement. Does everybody remember? And Seth brought this up earlier, and I think it's worth repeating. If you want to bind somebody to an exclusive agency agreement, the only way to do that is put it in what?
Writing.
Writing. We
That's
might
important.
have verbal agency agreements, but we don't have verbal exclusive agency agreements. Everybody with me on that?
Yes.
Now, if we want to do an exclusive buyer agency agreement, again, we have to put it in writing. Buyer agency is slightly different than seller agency in this regard. And this is something that's going to be tested, okay? Buyers can enter verbal buyer agency or oral buyer agency. Sellers are not allowed to do that. Sellers are not allowed to enter into a verbal listing agreement. All listing agreements, even non-exclusive ones in North Carolina, must be in what?
Writing.
Writing. I want you to make sure you got that. A listing agreement in North Carolina must always
implied.
be in what?
Writing.
It must be in writing, but it's implied if it's not, right?
Because if it's not in writing, it's considered an implied agreement. And what do we know about implied agreements?
Illegal.
Illegal. Very illegal. What would be an example of an implied listing agreement? I want you to think of something that a real estate licensee could do or say that would imply they have a listing when they don't actually have the listing in writing.
Advertising it on Facebook or their social media saying, hey, I have this house.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Right there, Jessica, it's the perfect answer. If you go on Facebook and you put up there, hey, give me a call about this property if you're interested in seeing this property, what have you implied to the public?
That
You have a listing agreement.
agreement.
Agency agreement.
You're listing that you were hired by the seller to market that property. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes, and you could even have had a conversation with the seller and they said like, yeah, I'll hire you, but you don't have your listing agreement yet in writing.
And that right there is the perfect segue to this. What Seth just mentioned is the perfect transition to this idea right here. You can have a conversation with a seller where they say, you know what? I like you. I want to hire you in your office to list my house for me. That's useless. Because with listing agreements, what does the state of North Carolina say you have to do before you can offer any services to that seller?
It has to be in writing.
It has to be in writing. But buyers are different. The state of North Carolina says you can have that conversation with a buyer where the buyer goes, you know what? I like you. I want to hire you as my buyer's agent. And you don't have to put that in writing right away. You're not required to put that in writing. So can you move forward as a buyer's agent with only a verbal agreement in North Carolina? What do y'all think?
Yes.
You can. Is it an exclusive buyer agency though?
No.
No, because to make it exclusive, you got to do what?
Have it in writing.
You got to put it in writing. And this is huge. This is going to be tested right here. This deadline is going to be tested. There's a limit on how long we can act as a verbal or oral buyer's agent in North Carolina. Basically, as long as it's just the licensee and the buyer communicating with each other, they can have a verbal agreement. So for example, any of you looking to buy property right now? Is there anybody looking to buy property?
Hell no.
Nobody? So let's just pretend for a second that Calvin is a buyer in the market. Everybody with me?
Yes.
He and I have a conversation and he says, you know what? I'd like y'all to represent me as a buyer. Is that good enough for me now to start offering him services as a buyer's agent? Can I take him to view property? Can I give him advice about the property? Can I tell him what I think fair pricing is? Can I answer his questions? Can I do all of those things on his behalf with simply a verbal agreement?
Absolutely.
Yes, I can.
This is important.
But the minute he wants to submit an offer to purchase, to either a seller or a seller's agent. So basically, when I cross that divide to the other side and I say, hey, my buyer client would like to make an offer, at that point, what do we have to have? What kind of agency agreement?
Exclusive agency agreement.
It has to be in writing. It has to be in writing.
Right.
I have to have that agreement in writing because now we're entering, can we all agree we're entering a whole new phase when we submit an offer? What are we now doing on Calvin's behalf that we weren't doing before for him? We're negotiating. I love Chris's answer. We're negotiating on his behalf. We can't negotiate on somebody's behalf, folks, with an oral agreement. Does that, everybody recognize that's too far to go without having something in writing, right? So now that we're actually engaging in a negotiation on his behalf, we're presenting an offer, we're going back and forth with numbers, we have to have our agency agreement in writing. Otherwise, we can't keep working for him. If he won't, now, here's what I want to point out to you. Is there some risk there in doing a verbal buyer agency agreement, especially one for a very long period of time?
For both parties.
For both parties. I mean, number one, the buyer really doesn't have exclusive representation. Number two, could Calvin refuse to sign a buyer agency agreement when he does want to make an offer? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yes. And have I wasted my time at that point?
Yes.
I absolutely have wasted my time at that point because I literally can't move any further in the transaction. Does that make sense for everybody? I'm not allowed to move any further. Hey, who would I be calling the seller on behalf of? Because Calvin's made it clear he doesn't want me to be his what?
Agent.
Doesn't want me to be his agent. He won't hire me in writing.
Who would you be calling the seller on behalf of? That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, what would I say? I'm calling on behalf of the person who won't hire me? That doesn't work.
So basically, I'm calling on behalf of you, the seller.
It doesn't work. Okay. Stephanie, you had your hand up.
This actually happened to one of my real estate friends.
Mm-hmm.
We recommended somebody to her saying, hey, he's looking for a house. They had a verbal agreement. And then after she showed him the house and he was looking at it and everything, his mom got a different agent. They signed the exclusive agreement and she lost the biggest commission of her lifetime.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's one of the ways it's dangerous for
So
an agent.
it's nice to have this flexibility with buyers, but it's also a double-edged sword. It creates a danger to do that.
Right.
Salma asked, and Eric, I see your hand. I'm coming to you next. Salma asked, can we still ask to put them in writing from the get-go? Absolutely. And that would be my recommendation, to get it in writing as soon as possible. But here's what you have to realize, folks. Let's get back to reality. Are buyers going to be somewhat reluctant to sign an agency agreement right away when you first start talking to them?
Yes, they are going to be reluctant.
Yes. So it's kind of important to have this level of flexibility to kind of, as Jeremy said, to kind of have a feeling out period where they get to know if they're going to be comfortable with you as their agent and working with you in the transaction. Eric, you had your hand up.
Yes.
Okay, you guys basically
I had to find the mute button.
initial question, but I developed the second question while listening to you. So is there some puffing or some preferred behavior which we should be engaged in when you meet a customer before you have a written agreement?
So do you mean to try to sell your services?
Yeah, because it sounds like if the customer is not being on the up and up, they could make moves with intention of making these moves. So how do we go about being intentional and locking in that relationship without crossing?
Everybody's going to have a different philosophy about this. My philosophy is this: I will go out for the first day with anybody looking for property with only a verbal agreement. Because I feel like two things. Number one, they need an opportunity to see if it's going to be a good working relationship with me. But also, number two, I've been in this business long enough to realize every client ain't a good client. And I have been out with buyers before, and after about the second showing thought, not just no, but hell to the no. Ain't no. If I have to spend another day with you one of us is going to prison and the other one's going to the cemetery, and that ain't a good thing.
I won't
And
work
so,
with everybody.
for me, it's also a feeling out period for me, because remember, once you sign this thing, this is it. You're committed to them, and they're committed to you. And so, I think, Eric, what I always say to people is, well, let's just go ahead, as long as you're okay with, giving me verbal consent to represent you for today. Let's go look at some property and we can discuss and everything. But if we decide we want to move forward after that, then we can talk about having, a written buyer agency agreement and what that would entail. That's kind of my approach.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Erica, did you also have a question? I'm sorry.
Yes, I have a question. Are the only type of agreements that are written, are they only exclusive? I know we talked about all
No, there's not. There are written open agreements as well. So not every agency agreement that's in writing will be an exclusive agreement, but every exclusive agreement will be in writing. It can only be exclusive if it's in writing, but you can have a written open agreement.
Got it. Okay.
We just don't like them. We hate those.
Yeah, just because they just don't mean we use it.
I mean, if you think about it, that's just, talk about the definition of, here's what somebody's saying to you if they want to sign. If they really want to sign an open agreement with you, you may as well just go and call it what it is. Because they just looking to step out on you is all they looking to do. If they say they want an open agreement, if your spouse or significant other said, honey, I want our relationship to be an open relationship, is that because they're not planning to cheat? No, that's not why they're asking,
I'll be like, bye.
So there are written open agreements. It's just not very preferable from the office perspective. Jen?
Okay, so we now know that you have to have an agreement to be hired or to hire a broker. What if you want to get out of that agreement? Now, for instance, if we sign an exclusive one, we obviously, if we don't like the broker that we're working with, or we don't like the firm that we're working with, we can't just go and find a different firm and start working with them, because
spoken like a true attorney. Absolutely.
What kind of document, affidavit would we sign to get out of that?
There are mutual agreements to terminate the relationship, basically. So here's Jen's question. It's like a lot like a marriage. What do you have to do if you get married and you decide you don't want to be with that person anymore? You can't just walk out and leave, because you're still married. You have to go through a legal process called what? Divorce. And just like there are papers to certify you're divorced, there would be another agreement that said, this agency agreement that we signed, we're terminating it. We're mutually agreeing to terminate it. I don't want to work for you and you don't want us working for you. And so we're going to mutually agreement. Now, here's the thing, Katrina, we're not paying attention to money. What did I say we were going to ignore, right?
Yeah,
we're going to ignore compensation. Maybe there is some money exchanged when they terminate, maybe not. But again, all we're talking about is the relationship, right? Okay. Diana said, out of curiosity, as an office, can you specify what agreements you don't offer? Or is that just simple? Every office is going to decide what forms of agency they offer. Like for us, we don't do open agreements. If you want to work with our office, the only type of agency we offer, either sellers or buyers, is exclusive agency.
Right.
Is an open listing possible? Sure, with somebody else's office, but not ours. And that's an internal decision. Natalie?
Travis, my question was going kind of based off of Jen. If you want to hire your broker, fire them, but you have an exclusive buyer agency agreement with them, but you said mutual agreement. So what if the broker's like, oh, I don't want you to fire me?
Then you're stuck. It's a contract. Okay. There's no firing. Firing intonates that one party has the upper hand in this agreement, and that's not true. This is not a employee-employer relationship. This is a contract that the two parties are binding each other together. Well, the idea of a contract is it's not able to be just thrown away. That's the whole purpose of a contract, is to bind the two of them together. So if you want to end that contract, they both have to agree to that. Or of course, a court of law, you could sue them and, a judge can do whatever they want to do and they can terminate an agreement if they want to. Shinar?
Travis, I have a question. So as a broker, if I don't like the client or client doesn't like me, do we have to add something into the contract so we don't stuck with each other if we don't work out?
That's exactly the point. There is no adding into you're not stuck. The whole point of a contract, Shinar, is to be what with each other?
Married.
Stuck with each other. That's exactly right.
Well, that's kind of a crazy thing though, but I guess we have to suffer through.
That's it. And that's just it. There will be transactions where halfway through you realize you don't like your own client. I mean, you really, and you're like, you know what, but I owe them these duties. I owe them these responsibilities. I took on the job. We took on the job. We have to see this to its conclusion,
So if you did a verbal without the signing anything, and after the second showing, you don't like the client, you can just say, I'm uncomfortable working with you.
Correct, because verbal agreements are what? And I saw this in the chat as well. Verbal agreements are by definition what, folks? Not what?
Not binding.
Not binding and not exclusive. So can a buyer have 20 different verbal agreements with 20 different offices at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can I agree to be somebody's buyer agent verbally and decide after the first showings, I can't stand this person and I'm not doing this again?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of the verbal buyer agency, is it does allow that feeling out a little bit, period. Jordan?
I was gonna say, suppose, okay. You bring a buyer to the seller and the seller wants to be a butthole. And every person you bring them, man, the person is willing to purchase the home. They're able to purchase the home. Everything is fine, but you bring them that person and they're constantly saying no, for the fact that they don't want to, I'm gonna use the word conversation, but they don't want to be, they just want to be a butthole.
Okay.
So what happens in that situation?
Well, nothing happens. You're their agent, correct? You're the seller's agent, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, you've already bought them everything they wanted, but now they're saying no.
But again, it doesn't matter. If you're their agent, you can bring them everything they wanted on a gold platter and they can still say no. You're their agent.
Okay, I got you.
You're their agent. Here's what I think you're trying to dig at, Anthony, and I'm not going there yet because we're not talking about this yet. I think you're trying to dig at, but will I still get paid? Is that what's lurking around in your brain back there that you want to know?
Yeah.
But see, what are we not talking about right now?
I know. That's why I see it.
We're not talking about compensation, right? We will get there. Trust me. Because if I had a seller that was like that I brought them everything they wanted, and they said no, I'd be like, excuse me, you still gonna pay me. I'm doing what you want to do, but that's a different conversation though, because agency doesn't have anything to do with compensation.
Right.
Okay. Noni?
My question is, if I'm in an exclusive agent buyer relationship, and I'm under contract, for example, but another agent brings me into the property that I'm interested to buy, and I want to buy two properties at the same time. Am I violating? I don't know how to structure my question.
Not as long as you use the same office to purchase both properties, because you're promising to be represented by one office in your purchase of property. If you buy 5 properties, how many properties is that office going to represent you on?
5.
All 5 of them, because you've tied yourself to that office.
Okay. So,
you're not tying yourself to a property, you're tying yourself to an office with a buyer agency agreement.
Okay.
You're scaring me with that question, Noni. I mean,
especially for real estate investors, if they want to invest in can they work with different agents? And
they can if they sign what kind of agreement? If they have only what kind of agreement, folks?
Open.
An open agreement, but not if they have what kind of agreement? Exclusive. There you go. There's always the option of an open agreement. Open agreements allow people to have as many agents as they want, but not exclusive agreements. The definition of exclusive means I'm only hiring this one office.
Right.
right? That's
Keep
it.
in mind, this is a client decision or a customer decision as much as it is a firm or agent
Office decision. That's right.
Just because you want to open an agreement does not mean I got to be like, all right,
Here's the
fine.
thing. If that investor comes to me and says, I'd like you to be my agent, I'd say, great, let's talk about an exclusive buyer agency agreement. And they say, well, I don't want to sign an exclusive buyer agency agreement because I'd like to have 3 or 4 different agents. I would be like,
there's a discount firm down
get
the road.
to stepping by. I don't have to represent you. And I would not represent someone under those circumstances. But that doesn't mean somebody else might not. Right? Okay. Shinar?
Travis, I want to clarify something here. So the exclusive buyer agency is good only for that transaction. So after the transaction
not necessarily. The agency lasts until it's over. I mean, you got to look at the agreement itself and say, the agreement has to specify how long it lasts. You're making a big assumption there. This could be agency for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever. It's going to have a period of time. That's why agency has an expiration.
Right.
Wow. So technically, if I bought the house and I fulfilled my promise as a client and that they did everything in 5 years, I wanted to purchase another house, I do have to go with that same agency?
Depending on what your agency agreement says, you better go back and look at your agency agreement and see how long you hired them for.
Okay.
The point Travis is trying to get at is there are no definitive.
There's no definitive answer here. You got to go look at your agency agreement and see how long you hired them for. There's going to be an expiration to this thing, right?
Okay.
One might say once you buy a house, this contract is done. One might say we're going to work together for 20 years, no matter how many properties you buy.
That's exactly right. You know, but the key is to look to see when the agreement ends. And I saw a question come by: is an agency agreement, a buyer agency agreement, property specific? No. Agency is a relationship, folks. Agency has nothing to do with the property. If I sign a buyer agency agreement, what properties am I hiring that office to represent me in?
Property.
All of the buyer's properties?
All of the properties I'm interested in buying. If I'm interested in 30 properties, how many properties is that firm representing me on?
30.
All 30 of them.
So, and I just got to remind everybody, just before you even ask the question, you got to be really specific about what you're asking, because we're going to make you do it anyways.
Right.
So,
folks,
for instance,
the whole point
here,
of a contract, and this is a contract, is to be specific. If you want a buyer agency agreement that's only good for one property, you better write in your buyer agency agreement. It's only what?
Right. This property.
It's only that property.
And we're not picking on anybody, but you do have to be specific, because we're not going to connect those dots for you. We got to make sure it's connecting for you.
Yep. Jordan, did you have a question?
Yes. Would it be fair to say now the seller is hiring the firm?
Wait a minute. Why are you going to seller? We're talking about buyer agency here, Jordan.
Okay, so the buyer's hiring the firm.
Okay.
Right. But I can't get along with the buyer, but Seth can. So being he worked for the company, we can easily
swap them out. That's exactly right.
Because they're married to the firm. I mean, the buyer.
To the office. They're married to the office. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Everybody, we're not worried about who's getting paid.
And that's going to happen quite often in this business. There are going to be times when the relationship starts and the individual broker just realizes, let me throw this out there for you. Hypothetically, let's say I have a female broker who starts to work with a buyer client, and the buyer client hasn't done anything overtly wrong, but the female broker just becomes increasingly uncomfortable with taking this person into property. Could that potentially happen?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Can we substitute Seth for the female broker? And
Why I gotta go with the creeper?
Because if there's Lester the molester involved, I'm sending you. But I mean, can we substitute somebody else who is more comfortable?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because they didn't hire that individual broker. They hired the what?
The firm. The
office, right? The firm, the office. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Quanda said, does your buyer client have any say so in terms of how long they're willing to work with you? Of course. How many parties are signing this agreement, folks? Two. The office and the client. This is a negotiation.
Yeah.
You know, how long does the office want this thing to be valid for?
As long as possible.
1,000 years.
Forever.
Right? How long does the buyer client want it to be valid for?
So
A week.
little.
2 days, you know,
Yes.
and there's going to be a negotiation there of how
Right.
long you're hiring us for. How long is this
This is-
relationship going to last?
This
And
is what I was
where-
talking
where
about
would
before
that
lunch. I
go?
can't remember the exact scenario what I was talking about it for, but you have to remember, yeah, yes, the client is going to have some say so in it, but we, the agent, also have a say
The
in what we're going to offer.
negotiation. That's what creating a relationship is about.
Yes. Christina, were you saying something?
Yeah, so I was just asking about the form, like where would that, like, what is this date? They're gonna put the date there until when it's going to
Yes,
be
remember
valid?
you're only looking at the first paragraph of a 10-page agreement here. There's
Oh,
going to
wow.
be
Okay.
much more of
Covers
this
Okay.
agreement.
everything.
Okay.
All your guys'
'Cause,
questions
there's only 3
are-
lines in there, I mean,
Yeah,
okay.
no, this is a 10-page agreement. You're looking at just a small snippet of it.
Okay.
Yes. And you will have the opportunity to read it.
Yeah,
If you want.
have to use it. Okay. So once we've created buyer agency, the whole office has been hired just like they would be an exclusive seller agency. So look at this question. Sasha is holding an open house at one of the new listings her office has placed on the market.
Sasha Fierce.
Read and don't assume. Read and don't assume. Don't tell yourself, oh, I thought, oh, I guess, or I did it. Read. Take the information in that's given to you. Sasha is holding an open house at one of the new listings her office is placed on the market. You were just given very important information right there, folks. Sasha is a new licensee and trying to find her first transaction, so she's willing to conduct the open house. Sasha meets several buyers during the open house who have interest. What is Sasha's relationship to those buyers? Is she a seller's agent? Is she a buyer's agent? Is she an agent of both the buyer and the seller? Or is it that Sasha does not have a relationship to the buyers? I would point out she's talking to the buyers. It's kind of hard to say she doesn't have any relationship at all to them. They're right there. She's showing them the property. She's talking to them. She's dealing with them. She's working with them. She certainly has some type of a relationship with them. So before you say she doesn't have a relationship, she might not have an agency relationship, but she has a relationship. What is her relationship, folks? Who does she represent in this transaction?
The seller.
The seller.
She represents the seller. She has a customer relationship with those buyers. She is a seller's agent. And we know she's a seller's agent because she works for the firm that was hired by who?
The seller.
She works for the firm that was hired by the seller. She works for the office that was hired by the seller. She is a seller's agent or seller's sub-agent, if you want to say it that way.
Right.
Is that starting to click into place?
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
Nisha, I'm going to only mention this because I want everybody to get it, especially you. So yes, she's listing, but she's also the seller's agent. Listing doesn't necessarily tell us if we have a relationship with a party. So when it says,
and I hate to tell you, when she's holding that open house, she ain't listing. When she's meeting that buyer, what is she doing?
She's selling.
selling. This
She's
is
selling.
literally
And
asking,
she's meeting a buyer.
what relationship does she have to these buyers?
Right.
That's what it's asking.
Here's what the question is asking you. When it asks about a relationship, who's she married to? There's what it's asking you. Who is she
The
married to in the transaction?
Seller.
She's
The
married to
seller.
the seller.
This would be like if you were at your friend's house and they said, well, what is your relationship to Billie Eilish? But you're married to Justin Timberlake. Your relationship to Billie Eilish would be like, oh, well, I'm Justin Timberlake's spouse.
Right. I'm married to Justin Timberlake. It doesn't
change no matter who you're talking to.
If you go to a party, does the person
Love
that
y'all.
you're married to change even though you work around the party talking to a bunch of different people at the party? Does your marriage change?
No.
No.
No, you might talk to 30 different people at the party, but you're still married to your husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this question is asking here. Who is this licensee married
Right.
to? What is
It
their
does not
legal
change.
relationship?
It does. Erica said, I'm nervous. This is clicking too easily.
Well,
I'm
hopefully it
glad.
will as we get the foundational
This is
pieces in
difficult.
place, right? but it is all about foundations, and that's why we have to go so slowly through the foundations. Now,
Is
as a
anybody
reminder,
confused though? Just
how do-
of
yeah.
why about that, when they're saying what is her relationship to the buyer, it makes you think like, what relationship does she have to the buyer? She's not signed with them.
they're not
No.
asking you like from the buyer's perspective. When the word relationship comes up with folks, we're always talking about agency, right? Isn't agency a relationship?
Yes.
And in that
So even-
question, she only has an agency relationship with one party. And who is that one party?
The seller.
The seller.
And she owes that to anybody else she talks to, including buyers.
So what's the first thing she should say to that buyer at that open house? I represent who?
the seller.
Representing the seller.
I represent the seller. It's nice to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
Because my legal relationship is to who? And just like
The
you,
seller.
if you go out to the bar, to the club on Saturday night, what's your responsibility to tell somebody when they start rubbing up all against you on the dance floor?
I'm married.
Hey, my name's Seth, but
I'm married. Nice to meet you. Right?
Right.
Isn't that what she should be saying to those buyers coming to that open house?
Unless it's shit and
relationship.
It is so nice to meet you. I'm so glad you showed up today. I'm married to the seller.
That's her relationship to all buyers.
That's
That
the way
make
it
sense?
works. How we feeling? Right?
That makes
Don't get
sense,
that
yeah.
wrong.
That's the way agency works. So remember, with buyer agency, we can create it verbally for a limited period of time, but that comes to an end pretty quickly. This is going to progress. Remember, buyer agency, they first they talk, then they look, then they ask questions. All during that time, it is possible to have what kind of agency agreement with them? Oral or verbal, right? Now
I
that
thought we
doesn't
made
mean
a pact to eliminate that word.
that doesn't mean implied agency. There's a very big difference between verbal agency and implied agency. Verbal agency means we've discussed it, but only with words. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
We didn't put it on
Implied
paper.
means we never did what?
We never talked
We
about
never
it.
even talked
Never
about
talked about it.
We
I'm
never
just going to
discussed
start
it.
acting like your agent, even though we never even talked about it. Which one is appropriate? Verbal buyer agency or implied buyer agency?
Verbal.
Verbal. But
There's
verbal,
nothing wrong with verbal.
verbal has its limits. At what point do you have to say to that buyer, time out, stop, I can't go any further. I can't do what you just asked me to do for you yet. What did they just ask you to do that you can't do? And you have to say, time out, we got to
Make an
stop.
offer.
We got to put this in writing.
Offer.
Make an offer.
Can you make an offer
Or
for
wants
me?
to make an offer. You've shown them the property, you've answered their questions, and they're like, I love it. I want to do what?
Make an offer.
Put in an
I
offer.
want to make an offer. You
Get out the pen.
cannot send an email to the listing agent. You can't send a text message to the seller. You can't call one of them and say, my buyer client wants to make an offer, until you have stopped and put that buyer agency into what?
Writing.
And
We'll
writing.
personally report you to the real estate commission if you do that.
Does that
No.
make sense for everybody now?
Yes.
Right. And so
Now-
let's connect it back to with what we learned earlier. We are an agent, so we need to be given the power to speak on behalf of somebody. That's got to be in writing, because
That's
we're
right.
going to bind these people. We've
Right.
got to have that in writing.
Because we're about to begin a negotiation on their behalf. And so we need to have the written authority to do that. Does that make sense for everybody?
We can verbally show property, but we have to get a written agreement to submit an offer.
There you go. Otherwise, you're not their agent anymore, and you have to bow out of the transaction. If they won't sign, and that's the risk of getting them to that point. So maybe you might consider doing written buyer agency even before they want to make an offer, right? Because you don't. Wouldn't it be very tragic to get to that point where you got them all revved up, ready to make an offer, and now you can't make the offer because they won't sign the buyer agency agreement? That'd be a bad time to find that out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
Mm-hmm.
It would be.
I'd much rather find out they're not going to sign a buyer agency agreement before I've wasted all this time with them.
Right.
That's just me.
Sometimes I'm not even going to go down that route.
You know, and it will happen.
Yeah.
And it will happen as, you know, and I forget who mentioned this earlier. I'll think of it just a second. But earlier we had somebody mention like they had this poor buyer agents out showing the property, doing everything. And then all of a sudden the buyer goes and uses somebody else because their mama got them an agent, right? It can happen.
Sometimes you'll get it in writing and you'll show 15 houses and then they'll decide they want to get out of the contract with you and your broker in charge makes you do it. And
That's right. That's
you just
called
want to
mutual
kill everybody.
agreement.
But
That's called mutual agreement because they're not worth your time. Right? Stephanie,
it would have been a
shared
bad
that story.
transaction.
Stephanie shared that. So how do we all feel so far before I skip ahead? How do we all feel about exclusive seller agency when only the seller has representation and exclusive buyer agency when only the buyer has representation? Those are two of the ways that we could work for people. Are we feeling good about those?
Yes.
So far, so good.
Pretty simple.
Now, the thing that made those two types of agency unique is in those transactions, only one side had representation.
Right.
That is not very common. What is
weird.
much more common, think about when you go into a courtroom. Think about the defendant on one side, the plaintiff on the other. What do they almost always have on both sides?
Representation.
And that is also true in real estate transactions. Remember, the seller and the buyer are operating in two different universes. They're not tied to each other. They don't know each other. You know, when this seller put their house on the market, they didn't know what buyer was going to become interested. When this buyer started looking for property, they didn't know what property they were going to be interested in. They both made separate decisions about representation. And what decision do most people, whether they are a buyer or a seller, decide when they finally come down to it? What do most of them decide? That they do want representation or they don't want representation?
They do.
They do.
I need some help.
They do. Most
No.
sellers, as soon as they get ready to put their property on the market, decide right out of the gate, I need representation. I need somebody to list this property for me, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
And most buyers very quickly realize, I need somebody helping me. I need some representation, correct?
Correct.
So now let's assume we've gotten to the point where here's this seller. Let's name the seller Sarah. So here's Sarah. And she decided she wanted to hire the services of ABC Realty to represent her. Everybody good with me on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, here's this buyer over here. Oops, sorry.
So that's one agreement. We have the listing agreement on one side.
Here's this buyer over here, Bill. And Bill's been looking for a house for 6 months.
Oh, poor Bill. Gotta
And
get some
he
dollar
has
bills.
hired the services of XYZ Realty to represent him.
There's another agreement.
Do Bill and Sarah know each other? Have they ever had any interaction with each other?
No, I hope not.
Not at all. Not at all. But now Bill and Sarah have crossed paths because Bill has developed an interest in one very special thing that's going to tie them together. What is the one special thing that Bill has developed an interest in that is going to tie them together from this point forward?
The property.
Property.
There's another agreement.
When Bill becomes interested in Sarah's house, don't they now have something binding them together?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They are going to try to make a deal on this property, which is inevitably going to lead to a negotiation, which is inevitably going to lead to a contract, a sales contract between Bill and Sarah. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
But here's the thing. Bill has help negotiating that sales contract, does he not?
Yes.
Yes.
He has the help of XYZ Realty, correct? Because he hired them.
Correct.
Sarah has help in negotiating that sales contract, does she not?
Yes.
She has the help of ABC Realty because she hired ABC Realty. Everybody with me so far?
Yes.
For those of you keeping score, how many offices are now involved in this transaction? Two offices. How many parties have representation in this transaction?
Two.
Two of them. 2 parties with representation, 2 offices, separate representation for each party. Welcome to the most common transaction in real estate, folks.
Yes.
Co-brokered or cooperative transaction.
Right.
Because the 2 firms have to cooperate with each other. Are they working against each other? What do you think?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Absolutely, because they're on opposite sides of the tug of war.
Yes.
But folks, are 2 attorneys working against each other in a court case?
Yes.
Yes, but don't they still have to work together? Don't they still have to cooperate with each other?
Yes.
Don't they have to email back and forth and call each other and have conversations back and forth? Even though they're on opposite sides of the deal, don't they have to cooperate?
Yes, they know
And
they have to be cordial to get something done.
That's exactly right. And the
We're not gonna be
same thing
nasty.
is true here. The truth is that Bill and Sarah are probably never going to actually communicate with each other in this transaction. Who's Bill going to talk to?
Bill's gonna talk to.
Bill's gonna talk
His
to-
agent.
Bill's going to
His
talk to
agent.
XYZ. That's his agent, correct?
Yes,
Who is
correct.
Sarah going to talk to? ABC, because that's her agent, right?
Yes.
And is there going to be communication here? Oops, I didn't mean to do green. That's not going to show up. Is there going to be communication here that takes place? Why is it still doing that? Is there going to be communication that takes place between the two firms, the two offices?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Because when the buyer Bill wants to submit an offer, he's going to do it through XYZ. XYZ is not going to contact Sarah directly because she has a what?
An agent.
An agent. They're going to contact ABC and they're going to say, hey, we have a buyer client who wants to do what?
Submit
an
offer.
Who wants to submit an offer on your seller client's listings. Do you see now we have taken the buyer and the seller out of the communication loop. All the communication is now happening between two what?
Agents.
Two agents, two firms, two offices. That's the co-brokered transaction. Does everybody see now why this is the most common one? Right? Because this is the most likely outcome. Both parties have decided they want representation, and they have gone and gotten that representation from two separate places.
Individually.
And so you have a firm, an office fighting for the seller. You have a firm or an office fighting for the buyer. And both of those likely have exclusive representation. In other words, how many offices are representing that seller most likely? One. They have an exclusive listing agreement. Everybody with me on that? How many officers are representing that buyer?
One.
Most likely one. They have an exclusive buyer agency agreement. Everybody good on that?
Yep.
And here's the thing, and this is what I don't want you to pay attention to. We don't care about how they get paid. Not yet. We do not care yet about how they get paid. Is everybody with me on that? Because we're only talking about the representation piece of things. How are we feeling?
Good. Good.
Yeah. Danielle, you had your hand up.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if it's okay to interject with this right now, but there was a question in 3.4, number 14, that was about co-brokerage. Do you mind answering it or save it for later?
Well, we're talking about co-brokerage. Go ahead and give me the,
Okay.
what you're struggling with.
So it said, in a co-broker residential real estate sales transaction where the selling agent is a sub-agent of the seller, which agent owes his primary loyalty to the buyer?
Okay. Nobody. If they're a sub-agent of the seller, who do they work for?
The seller?
You haven't given me anybody yet that's an agent of the buyer.
Who owes? Okay, so you said no one. Which? Okay.
Nobody.
Buyer's unrepresented.
The buyer's got to be unrepresented, right? There might be two offices, but if they're a sub-agent, here's the thing: sub-agent of the seller. Who do we work for?
The seller.
Seller. All you gave me was a bunch of sellers agents right there.
Okay, that makes sense. Got it.
All you gave me was a bunch of sellers agents.
Good question. Seriously.
It is. And you have to think about who has the relationships, right? Who has the relationships? Who's created the relationships? Now, co-brokered transactions are the ones that probably you're going to encounter most of the time because it makes sense. Most buyers decide they need representation. Okay, good. Most sellers decide they need representation. Okay, good. And most likely they get that representation, and this is the key, from two different sources.
Right.
The buyer went to one office, the seller went to a different office. Is everybody with me on that?
Yep.
Yes.
That is very different from the door we are about to open. The door we are about to open is the deep, dark black hole where you can fall into and never come out of when it comes to agency.
Get ready.
To agency?
Because the relationships that we have discussed up to this point are relatively straightforward, because the firms, the offices, the brokers have always been on one team
The other.
or the other team.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody with me so far?
Yes.
Yes.
When you ask them who you married to, it's a very straightforward question. I'm married to the buyer. Or I'm what?
Married
to the Married to the
Married to the seller. Those are easy answers, are they not?
Yeah.
Very.
Well, I'm telling you, there's a situation where the answer might be complicated.
Oh God. All right, I'm gonna see you on Monday. You got this, Travis?
Who you married to? Well, who you married to becomes complicated sometimes.
I got my main piece and my side piece.
Sometimes they are a certified freak, and sometimes it is the office that is the certified freak. And that is called dual agency. No longer single agency, no longer even co-brokerage. Dual agency happens. I asked you a straightforward question earlier, and the answer is going to stay the same. Are most sellers going to decide they need representation?
Yes.
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 Are most buyers going to decide they need representation?
Yes.
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 Yes. Every once in a while, the seller and buyer are going to find themselves in the unfortunate situation that they reached into the bucket and they both chose the same what?
Firm.
Same firm, the
Agent.
same office. Now, they don't usually do this on purpose. As a matter of fact, no buyer or seller would do this on purpose in their right mind. Can y'all see that this doesn't make sense from a logical standpoint? If given the straightforward choice of would you prefer to be represented by the same office as the person you're fighting against, what would most people say? No.
Right.
No way. But here's what I want you to understand, folks. This is not all happening at the same time. Are there buyers out there right now who have buyer agency agreements that have been in place for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, because they've been looking for a house for that long? Are there buyers out there with long-standing buyer agency agreements with their office right now?
Yes.
Yes.
And they got another 6 months left on this agreement. Are there thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of buyers in that exact situation out there right now?
Absolutely.
Yes, there are. What happens when the office that they're married to is hired by a seller today and they like that seller's listing? What happens? Because remember, the office could represent more than one client at the same time, can it not?
Right.
Yes.
What happens when somebody else in the office, some other agent in the office, goes out and takes a new listing? Is that possible? Could Seth go out this weekend and take a listing that I'm unaware of? Even though I'm the broker in charge, even though I own the company, is it absolutely possible for him to go out and take a listing this weekend that I'm unaware of?
Yes.
Yes.
For sure. Is it possible that the listing he's taken would be very interesting, if not perfect, for a buyer that I've been working with for months?
Yes.
It's possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he have no idea. Is that possible?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, because even though the entire firm represents that buyer, the truth is Seth has never met that buyer, because who's been working with that buyer the whole time?
You
You.
I have. Seth is really the buyer's agent just like I am, but the reality is he doesn't know that buyer. He's not met them. He's not dealt with them because there was no need for him to up to this point. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
He goes out this weekend. He sits down with a seller. He does a listing presentation. I don't know he's doing a listing presentation. They sign a listing agreement. I don't know he signed a listing agreement. Look at y'all making the connection in the chat already. Where is this more likely to happen? And what kind of office, folks?
A very large office.
Big offices where you got lots of agents going in lots of different directions, right?
Right.
And this agent, Seth, goes out, takes this listing. Now the seller has hired this office, correct?
Yeah.
The buyer I've been working with sees this new office, hit their email inbox, or this new listing hit their email inbox, and they're like, that's it, that's the house. Folks, we're in a tough situation, are we not?
Yes.
Because now the firm already represents who?
Both
parties. We are in the mess already.
Right.
We didn't intend to be in the mess, but we're in it.
Right.
And it's not just us as an office that's in the mess. Who's also in the mess with us?
Buyer and seller. Your clients.
The clients are the buyer and the seller. Jen, did you have a question? I saw your hand go up and down. Did you have a question?
You were asking the question as I was raising my hand to ask the same question.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
in
okay.
my office, it would be a conflict of interest.
Right.
Now, you'd have to say, I'm sorry, we're already representing. Well, we can't even say that we're sorry, we're representing. We
Right.
just simply say it's a conflict of interest. And then
Right.
make the assumption we're representing the other party. So that was kind of where I was going with that.
And that's in the legal profession, that's what they do. In our profession, for whatever reason, it was decided long ago that it's not reasonable for us to check for conflicts of interest before we take on new clients. In other words, we just take on clients, and if the conflicts of interest exist, we go, oh shit, we made a mess. Now we have to deal with the mess.
Yeah.
That's basically what happens. I mean, I'm just being honest with you about it, right? Now, y'all hit the nail on the head in the chat. Is this going to be much more likely to happen in big offices with dozens or hundreds of agents associated with the office?
Oh yeah. Travis, wouldn't it be
Absolutely.
easier just to like let one of the clients go and go to another firm, then they could do the transaction?
I love that question. And I don't know if you're just seeding the water or if somebody actually sent you that question, but it's a good question. I'm gonna get him to say it again so y'all can hear it because you need to hear this answer.
Wouldn't it be like easier if you just let the buyer go to another firm?
Can't. Because they're contracted to us just like the seller is. And here's the truth, folks. That would not be a good idea for that buyer. Let's talk about that. Let's explore that for just a second. That buyer has hired our entire office. Everybody with me so far?
Yes.
Over the course of that buyer agency, has that buyer likely shared personal and confidential information with at least somebody within the firm? At least one somebody.
Yes.
Yes. If that buyer, let's say we did come to a mutual agreement to allow that buyer to leave and go to another office, here's the dirty reality of our business, and it is dirty. The minute we let them go, the minute they departed, they're not our client anymore.
Right.
They're our customer at that point, aren't they not?
Right.
Yes.
Do we owe customers the duty of confidentiality?
No, not at all.
No. So any tea that they had shared with somebody inside our office, what would we do with it at that point?
Burn them.
We would burn them. We would spill it to our client
You ain't our friend no more.
at that point because you're not my friend no more. And so realistically, could it be very damaging for that buyer to leave, even if the firm agreed to allow them to? Could that be a really bad idea from the buyer's perspective?
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing is true for the seller. What if that seller is like, I don't want to be in this conflict of interest. I don't want this mess. And we were like, you know what? We can understand that. We're going to let you go. But just keep in mind, you know, all those conversations we had that were supposed to be in confidence, the minute you leave,
They coming out.
we have to share all of that with the buyer.
So you going down.
Here's the truth. This is a really crappy situation all the
It
way
is,
around.
and there's no avoiding it. I already have somebody messaging me saying, well, how do you avoid it?
You don't. You don't. You don't avoid it. You don't
Once you
avoid
get
it.
in it, there's no getting out.
You don't avoid it. The truth is,
Unless you
well,
just don't want
I
to buy
will
the
back
house.
up. There's one way to avoid it. There's one way to avoid it. What put us in dual agency in the first place? We already had the relationship with the seller. We already had a relationship with
Ain't
the
no
buyer,
fixing that.
but we were not in dual agency. What was the moment? What was the triggering moment that made this a problem? When
Property.
when
That
Bill the
specific
buyer,
property.
that property, when Bill the buyer said, "I want to see
You
that
just
house,"
had to go see this property, Bill.
does that
I
make sense?
told you.
Does that make sense for everybody? That's the tip. That's the tipping point. What's the one way to avoid it? What's the one way? What's the one thing we could say to Bill that would keep him out of dual agency?
Not show it to him.
Off the
We're not going to show you this property. This property, we're not going to show you. And
Bill,
Bill,
I really want to see it.
and Bill might be okay with that. But what is the more likely response from Bill? Think about human nature.
That would be me. I want to see it more.
The more you tell
Right.
somebody they
In
can't
fact,
see
I want
it,
it.
the more they what?
The
more they want it.
The more they want it. And in my
Now you really gonna
experience,
show it to me.
in my experience, that's what happens. Seth is going to
Yes.
sit down with his friend Bill here, and he's going to say, "Bill, you know me. I've shot you straight this whole time. I've showed you properties. We've made other offers. You've been very satisfied with my service. I'm
gonna tell you what you need to
I'm
know.
appreciative. Here's the thing. This house that you want to see right now is listed by my office. And the
That's
only
my
way
homie too over there.
and the only way we can move forward with you looking at that property is if you allow us to act as a dual agent. And that's not good for you. I'm being honest with you. I mean, I owe you being honest. You're my client. I'm giving you the best advice I can possibly give you because I owe you advice. Don't we owe Bill advice?
Yes.
Yes.
And what is in Bill's best interest at that point? What's the advice we should give Bill?
To avoid the dual agency.
Avoid dual agency. And the only way to avoid dual agency, Bill, is to not what?
Get the house.
Look at this property.
Look at this property. Let's find you something else. That's the advice that Seth is going to give to Bill. And I don't care how many times he gives it. What's Bill going to say?
I want to see it.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I don't care what you're saying to me.
All
I
right,
want to
Bill.
see it.
Well, look, the moment we step foot in this house, you know how I've been telling you, like, you might want to get this inspected if you make an offer on it on these other ones. I can't do that for you here.
Because here's the truth. Now, here's what you got to understand. This is a conflict of interest. Does everybody agree that if we go forward, this is a huge conflict of interest?
Yes, it is.
Very.
Yes.
This way, yes.
What is Bill going to have to be willing to give up on if he insists that Seth move forward with showing him this property, which would put us, the office, into dual agency? What is Bill going to have to be willing to give up on that he would normally be entitled to? Two things.
Advice.
Getting advice.
Advice and
Loyalty.
how about the tea, the dirt?
The dirt on.
Normally, what do we disclose to our clients, folks?
Everything.
Everything.
Oh, car.
Bill's going to have to be willing to accept that there are going to be things from this point forward in this transaction that Seth's not going to tell him.
Travis, this sounds a lot like transactional brokerage. Is this the same thing?
Ah.
That's the question I had.
Right.
Isn't dual agency very similar to transactional brokerage, folks?
It is.
Yes.
If only it was.
It is on its face very similar. Here's the difference. It's more limited than transactional brokerage. Because in transactional brokerage, you can actually still give hints, advice to both sides. What can you tell Bill from this point forward in this transaction?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So does old car go away?
Completely. Almost totally goes away.
It
Almost
goes away in a
totally.
sense of Travis, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. It goes away in a sense of its it's a conflict of interest.
It is a conflict of interest.
still
So
owe it.
everywhere there's a
Yeah.
conflict, you get canceled out. Advice.
Can't do it.
Advice. Is advice going to offer a conflict?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. Disclosure of information that we know about the other side. Is that going to offer a conflict?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So it's got to go away. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
Right? Now, loyalty, confidentiality is not a conflict. So it doesn't go away. But that's bad for us. That ain't bad for Bill. That's bad for us. Because now we have to be faced with the most awful of outcomes as far as I'm concerned when it can. And I'm going to back up here to this picture because I want you to think about this while you're looking at this.
Yes.
Is it going to be hard to know the confidential information of both of these parties and not be able to share it with either of these parties?
Yes. It'd be real hard for me.
It's
That's all I'm
very
gonna say.
difficult.
Let me ask you this, Travis. If Bill tells me that he's willing to pay $10,000 over for this seller over here, and let's just say Leslie was working with that seller, or maybe, yeah. Can I tell Leslie that?
Good question. Here's what Seth wants to know. Bill chooses to look at the property anyway. Even though Seth says this is not in your best interest, we would be in dual agency. That's the last advice I can give you about this transaction is just don't do it. Everybody with me so far?
Yes.
And Bill looks at it anyway, and he loves it. And as he's viewing the property, he says to Seth, you know what? I'd be willing to pay more than list price.
I'm like, oh my God. Why you gotta tell me, Bill? Why?
Now, normally, what would Seth do with any information like that? Share it with who?
The seller.
My client.
With his client. The problem is they're both his client at this point in time, are they not?
Right.
Yeah.
Are they not?
Yes. They are.
Here's the question Seth just asked, though. In dual agency, should he share that with Leslie in his own office? Should he tell her buyer will pay more?
No.
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 Yeah. Right.
Wow. Why not?
Don't
Tell
answer
me
with
why.
your gut. Answer based on the relationship.
So he should.
He should,
He
yeah.
absolutely should.
Yeah, it's a firm, yeah.
He absolutely should in dual agency.
Because the
Because
firm
she represents the buyer just as much as
well.
he does.
Yep.
Wow.
She is just as much a buyer's agent as he is she not?
Yeah.
Is anybody confused on that
And
part?
and here's the thing. If Leslie knows,
She has to tell her client.
we're gonna get there. Let's say Leslie knows that the seller will take less.
There you go.
Does she share that with Seth?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Does either one of them share it with anybody outside of the office?
No.
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 Good
They
job.
It has to be kept confidential within the office. And here's
Right.
why that is going to drive them crazy. Because they both know information that would help make the transaction happen, and neither one of them can do a damn thing with it.
Exactly. Can't even be cutesy about it. Can't be like,
So the box
are you
is
sure?
literal.
The box is
The
literal.
box is literal.
The box is ironclad. Information goes in but never comes out in dual agency.
It's just swelling with
Information is expected to bounce around inside the box but never come outside the box.
It's like a pimple that you want to pop, but you just can't pop it.
That's exactly right. No matter how much pressure builds up, you can't pop it.
What?
Jen, you had your hand up.
Like a roach motel.
Okay, so I want to go back to exclusive. We're in a contract. The client has hired the agency to represent them, and now we're in this situation of dual agency. The client, the buyer, is adamant that they want this property. Adamant. You're not going to get out of it. However, they feel they can sense a conflict of interest. They are suspicious that their agent is no longer going to be in their best interest. every agency is going to be different set of rules and different contracts. What's the likelihood of them being able to get out of that binding exclusive contract if they just feel I'm not being represented the way that I want to be represented?
Somewhere between 0 and 0.00001%. Slim and none, and Slim just left town. I don't know of a single office in the state of North Carolina that would release them. Because they've been explicitly told by the Real Estate Commission that's a bad idea at this point in time. Because when you cut one loose, you got to then work against them. And that invites a lawsuit from them.
So there's like almost no code of ethic.
That's very thorough.
Here's the thing. We caution them not to, if we did it right, we cautioned Bill not to do this. We said, don't what? Don't look at this one. And we caution, we haven't talked about it from the seller's perspective. We caution Sarah to what?
Don't sell it to him.
Don't sell it to him. Don't let him look at it. Don't do this. We have given advice to both of our clients before this happened. If we've done it right, don't do this. This is a bad idea. We have to go to Sarah and say, Sarah, we have one of our clients who'd like to look at your property. We recommend you don't allow that. What do you want to do?
Because when they go under contract, they're going to seriously be on their own.
Right.
They're going to say, well, do you think I should, offer
Because
any money?
here's going to be the
problem.
because here's going to be the problem. As soon as they both say, I'm doing it anyway. And let's get down to the brass tacks of it. They're going to do it anyway. They're going to do it anyway. Because when you say to the seller this, we have a buyer who wants to look at your home really badly, but they're our buyer client. And we don't recommend you do this because if you do, we're not going to be able to give you any advice. The minute you let that buyer look at that property, we can't give you any advice because we can't work against our own client.
Right. And remember, we're not in dual agency until she accepts that offer.
She has to give us her permission for this to happen.
So we can still give her this advice saying,
we're giving her advice saying, don't do this. Don't go forward. What's she going to do anyway?
She's going
to accept it.
She's going to move forward because in her mind, that buyer wants to pay $73.8 million. In her mind, that's the buyer that won the Powerball and they just got to have her house. That's the way it always works in their brain, folks.
Right.
You tell the buyer till you're blue in the face. This is a bad idea. Let's find another house. What does the buyer say?
I don't care.
I don't care. I want to look at this one.
This is the one.
And once they've said that, folks, once they've made it clear they want to move forward, from that moment forward in that transaction, we are in dual agency.
Before we get anybody's questions, I just want to say, you're probably trying to think of a way to get out of this. You got to
stop that. You got to stop chasing that rabbit down the hole. That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
There's no way around.
Once we're in dual agency, we're in it, and it's going to continue to be dual agency. And here's going to be the reality of it if it's done correctly for that buyer and that seller for the remainder of that transaction. Well, what do you think I should offer? What's the only answer we can give?
Up to you.
Whatever you think. Is this a fair offer? Should I make them a counter offer? What's the correct answer?
It's up to you.
Do you think it's a fair offer?
It's up to you. Should I get an inspection? What's the right answer?
It's up to you.
It's up to
I don't know.
Your
Do you want
choice.
one?
You know. Should I fix this for the buyer? They're asking me to fix this. Is that stuff I should fix? What do you think?
Do you want to fix it?
Up to you. How many of you think that if done appropriately, at the end of the transaction, both the buyer and the seller will say, this is the worst experience I've ever had in my life, and I would never hire them again?
Yep.
Probably.
And that's what you want.
That's what you want to hear.
What you want.
You know what? The Real Estate Commission, I'm giving away their secrets here. You know, the first thing their investigators ask when there's been a complaint filed in a case that involves dual agency, you know, the first question they ask the buyer and the seller?
Were you informed?
Did you enjoy?
No, not were you informed. Not were you
enjoy the process? Would you hire them again?
Would you hire them again? Yeah. Would you hire them again? Did they do a good job for you? Because as soon as that buyer says, oh God, they were great, the Real Estate Commission got him, because there's no way you would say they were great unless they broke every rule of dual agency. There's no way. Because what would you say about this person? He didn't do shit for me. Every time I asked a question, he told me it was up to me.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's doing it right.
Yes.
And that's why you gave them advice before they went into this situation. What advice are you supposed to give them?
Don't do it.
When we go into this, you're gonna hate me.
Don't do this. It's a bad idea. Bad idea. Don't do it. Legal, but it's a bad idea.
It's very bad.
Alexia.
I get everything you're saying, and this was before you had just said your last comments, but it still seems like a win-win for that agency, because either way they've got both clients. But like you said, unless you've got the agents talking to each other, which I'm sure that still does happen, even though they're not supposed to.
Well, the agents are supposed to talk to each other and
well, they're not supposed to tell each other, like, you know, he says he'll pay 10 more thousand.
Sure they are. In dual agency, they are. Yeah.
No, so they're just fighting back and forth with. Well,
they're not fighting. They're just passing information back and forth.
I guess in the end, does it really matter, because they're both going to get paid?
Well, but again, we're not talking about the compensation. We're talking strictly from a representational standpoint. And here's what I want to stress to you. Even though the money might be good, it ain't going to be worth the hit to your reputation, because again, what is that buyer and that seller going to tell everybody about your office?
One of them's going to hate you.
They suck.
They suck. Don't go with them.
If you did it right, they're going to say you suck. Now, I hear often when people say, oh, my agent was a dual agent and they were really good. Here's what that tells me. They violated the rules, because you would not say that about somebody who did it right.
Right. Okay.
And Amy, you had your hand up.
Yeah, okay, so I just have a quick hypothetical. Okay. Before it progresses to dual agency, before anybody agrees to do anything, there's a house shown or anything. If the buyer comes to me and says, hey, I want to look at this house, can I then say, okay, let me see what I can do, call to get a showing, and then say that it's not available to be shown? Is that allowed?
What do you mean? Like lie to them? Is that what you mean? Or I'm just
not necessarily lie to them, but like try, instead of them constantly coming at you and being like, I want to see this, you can be like, I don't think it's able to be shown.
But that's lying to them if it is able to be shown, though. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, you still have to, and the only way you can say it's not able to be shown is if that's the truth. Have you really talked to the seller? And again,
that's us making decisions.
Whose permission, which client's permission do we need to move forward with this showing?
The seller.
No, the buyer.
We actually need both, but the sellers really.
How about both, folks? They're both our what? Right away. See, that tells me you're not qualified to do dual agency. Because what's the cardinal rule of dual agency? Treat them both exactly the what? The same. So it should be an instant answer. Whose permission do we need? Both of them. Both of them. They have to both say, I'm going to intentionally shoot myself in the foot.
Okay. Heard.
But you
Got
could
it.
really try to encourage the seller to not even let them see it.
You should encourage the seller to tell them not, but up until that point, you're not in dual agency. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
You're not in dual agency until they've said, okay, I'm going to do it anyway. And from that moment forward, the advice ceases. Because here's the way it's going to sound to the seller. Don't do this. I'm telling you, don't do this. Don't. This is a bad idea. Don't do this. And the seller's like, I'm going to accept. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to let them look at it. Buyer looks at it. 5 minutes after the buyer looks at it. Well, what do you think about the showing? I can't tell you nothing. I can't tell you nothing now. I warned you. I told you. I'm sorry. You're on your own now. Well, I want to fire you. Can't do that. You're stuck with me, and I'm stuck with you. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Even if I did or didn't, I couldn't tell you. Folks, that is going to be a very strained relationship for the remainder of that transaction.
Very.
But it's unavoidable. If they want to be in it, they're going to be in it.
Right. And going back to that question that Amy had, remember, we can't, there's no making up like, oh, I don't think it's available. That's us making decisions.
Unless yes, Natalie, you should explain to clients why it's a bad idea, because I can't give you advice. I can't tell you what everything you're paying us for, I can't do for you,
Goes out the window.
It goes out the window. But here's the thing. Your office doesn't have to offer dual agency. You don't have to do this.
Right.
But you better explain that to clients when they hire you.
Real carefully.
You better explain, if one of our buyer client, if you don't do dual agency, when you take a listing, what do you have to tell the seller? We will market your property and find the best possible buyer, unless that buyer happens to be represented by who?
Us as well.
In which case that buyer will not be able to look at your property. Are you okay with that? So one way or the other, the seller's got to choose. And doesn't the buyer have to make the same choice?
Yes.
We will work our rear end off to find you the best property, unless it's represented by who?
Our firm.
Our firm, in which case you won't be able to look at it. That's what it sounds like if your office doesn't practice dual agency. Now do you see why most offices practice it? Even if they don't want to be in it, do you see why they practice it? Because most buyers and sellers don't want to hear that they absolutely cannot do something.
Right. So, right, Brady, it can still be a win-win, but especially if, you know, the agents have already told their clients enough advice that they may be feel comfortable to do it yourself.
I want to say something about this whole idea of win-win. I don't know what Gen Z millennial feel good. No, it ain't a win-win. Not from an agency perspective.
No.
It can't be. What did they hire us for, folks? What is the root of agency? What do they want from us?
Work in their best interest.
Relationship.
Advice, expertise. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
So, okay.
And they don't get it. Now, might it be a transactional win? Might they decide, you know what, I understand I'm giving up all of that stuff, but getting this particular house is more important to me? Might they decide that? What do y'all think?
Yeah.
Yes. And that's fine if they make that decision. But that's why I want you to learn to separate from an agency perspective. There is no win when it comes to dual agency. From an agency perspective, you are literally laying down and playing dead like a possum on the floor. You're not doing your job.
Morgan, hold that thought. I wouldn't roll it out just yet. But I
Because-
do want to take a minute to talk, just mention, you guys, a bunch of you have mentioned, well, what if you have a Keller Williams in Cary and then another one in Durham? That's not the same firm.
That's not the
Keller
same
Williams
office.
is not an office.
An office is an office. One office has been hired by both the buyer and the seller. Keller Williams of Cary and Keller Williams of Chapel Hill are two different what?
The brand.
Offices.
Two different offices. Two
So
different
that can
offices.
still be a
Brand.
co-brokerage.
That could be co-brokerage.
Co-brokerage.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That is
Thank you,
co-brokerage.
Danielle.
Right? That is
People were
co-brokerage.
saying that earlier and it was like eating me alive. I was
Remax,
like, "Whoa."
Remax Winning Edge and Remax One, that's co-brokerage. Those are two different what?
Two different offices.
Two different offices.
Two different locations.
But Trav Talks and Trav Talks is what?
That's the same.
That's dual agency.
Keller Williams and Cary and Keller Williams and Cary, that's the same. That's dual agency.
Right. Two separate offices, even with the same brand name, are still two separate offices.
Right. Thank you, Alexia. It's like a McDonald's in two different locations.
Right.
They ain't the same.
They're not the same. Don't two different McDonald's locations? Don't they have a manager at each location? Whole separate.
Yes. You ain't gonna
operation?
take
Right.
chicken nuggets back from Georgia to one that's in North Carolina because they cooked them wrong.
I mean, exactly. You might do it, but they ain't gonna look at you like, excuse
They're
me.
gonna be like, you need to go to that McDonald's. Sorry.
Right. Jordan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's something like you tell your children, you know what? I can hire you, but this is gonna hurt you more, just as much as it's gonna hurt me, just as much as it's gonna hurt you.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. By the way,
I'm sorry.
By the way, the worst beating I ever got in my life was my mom said, "This is gonna hurt me worse than it hurts you." I said, "Well, why don't you lay down and let me hit you then?"
My grandma told me that. I said, why are you hitting me?
That wasn't a spanking at that point. That was a beat down. I mean,
My grandpa said, trust me, it hurts me worse than it hurts you. I said, then why are you doing it?
I said, why don't you lay down and let me hit you then? She beat me to death.
I deserved it. I deserved it.
Have you actually had any clients that had that opportunity happen or that shitty situation happen and listen and be like, oh, okay, I trust you enough. I'm going to back off.
Yes.
Okay.
It is
good.
rare, but yes, it does happen. It is rare. And I have had clients that have said, but I've also had ones that say, you know what? let's just hold off and see how, like I've had sellers that say, okay, I hear you. But if we go another week and we don't have an offer, maybe I'll revisit and and think about, does that make sense? Where they might, they might sit there and think about, okay, I know I don't want to be in this dual agency thing, but also if I'm struggling to sell my house, maybe I do want to rethink it. Right? Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's my last resort. Madison?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask with that, like, could you advise them in the sense of like, why don't you wait a week, and if there isn't one, maybe we could revisit it, so maybe they'll push it off?
You could, as long as you haven't already gone into dual agency, right? Remember, you can give all the advice in the world separately to this buyer and separately to this seller before the connection of the showing. The moment of showing is the dual agency moment. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
When you take that buyer in that property, so up to that point, you should give them advice and you should say to the buyer, listen, this is probably not in your best interest. I understand the property might be what you're looking for, but you need to understand what you'd be giving up. And also, I'm gonna be honest with you and say, we're probably giving the seller the same advice and saying it's not in their best interest. That doesn't mean we won't, ask. If you really, really want to do this, we will ask because that's our job. But you could certainly say to that buyer, why don't we look at everything else first? And if we don't find anything else, then maybe this is the last resort. And maybe that makes sense. And maybe we say to the seller, kind of the flip side, well, why don't we let other buyers look at it first and see if all things considered, wouldn't you rather get an offer as a seller from a non-dual agency one where your agent could still give you advice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all things considered as a buyer, wouldn't you rather be buying a property where you could get advice from your agent and not be buying the dual agency one?
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so it makes sense for it to be sort of a last resort sort of thing. Now, I do want to remind you, we need permission from how many of these parties to do this?
Both of
them. But I want you to understand something because it's probably going to come up in a test. Okay?
Travis.
Yes.
There's something we have got to correct because I'm about to rip somebody.
What's that?
Only because they're saying, okay, I thought we were talking about if two agents from the same office were representing the buyer and the seller. That's what we're talking about.
That is what we're talking about.
That's
but it could also be one individual broker in the same office representing the buyer and the seller. Is that also dual agency, folks? What do y'all think?
Yes.
Because the definition of dual agency doesn't have anything to do with how many brokers are involved. It is one what? One office. How many offices? One office with two clients in the same transaction is dual agency. Right?
I'm only getting you because.
And Christina asked a great question as well. She said, but material facts are still disclosed. Correct. Because material facts is something we disclose to both customers and clients. Material facts get disclosed no matter what. Okay. Dual agency needs permission from how many parties?
Two.
Both. And what I will tell you is the type of permission you get needs to match. If you have verbal permission from one to do the dual agency, you need verbal permission from who?
From the other.
The other. If you have written permission from one, you need written permission from who?
The other.
They need to match. Is everybody good on that?
Yes.
Now, here's what they might test you on. Okay? They might ask you, when do you not have a choice about whether the permission is verbal or written? And let me tell you what that answer is going to depend on. What kind of buyer agency agreement you have. Not the type of listing agreement, but the type of what? Buyer agency agreement. If you have a written buyer agency agreement, you need what kind of permission from that buyer to move forward with dual agency?
Written.
And if you need written permission from the buyer, you also need written permission from
the seller.
If you have an oral buyer agency agreement, you need what kind of permission from the buyer for dual agency?
Verbal
or oral. And if you need verbal or oral permission from the buyer, you need what kind of permission from the seller?
Verbal or
oral. Match them up. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, if the buyer client is only a verbal buyer client, You can show them the property as dual agency with what kind of permission from them?
Verbal.
Verbal permission. But if the buyer client has a written buyer agency agreement, you need what kind of permission from both parties?
Written.
Written permission before the showing. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's whatever the buyer has.
It's whatever the buyer agreement is. That's exactly right. Whatever kind of agreement the buyer has, that's what we're going to follow for the permission. So I want you to look at this question. It says, Mary has hired Oak Grove Real Estate LLC to list her home for sale, and she's working with listing agent Ariana. Ariana has placed the home on the market and was contacted by Donald of Oak Grove Real Estate LLC, who has a buyer client that has interest in Mary's home. So first of all, let's look at this. Mary has hired Oak Grove Real Estate to list her home for sale. So can everybody agree that Oak Grove Real Estate represents the seller based on that sentence?
Yeah. It's a listing there.
Ariana has placed the home on the market and was contacted by Donald of Oak Grove Real Estate LLC, same office, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Who has a buyer what?
Client.
So has the buyer hired Oak Grove Real Estate LLC?
Yes.
Both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction have hired the same office. What kind of agency are we in? You're in dual agency. So we need to answer this question based on being in dual agency. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So look at number one. Mary should be told why the buyer is relocating to the area. Is that true? In dual agency, even though Mary's our client, would we give her information about the other party in dual agency?
No.
What do you think?
No.
No, because the other party is also our what?
Client.
Is also our client. You can't spill the tea on your own client, folks. Okay, so that's a no. Number two, the buyer client should expect Donald to inform them of Mary's need to sell the property quickly. So, what do you think? True or false? False. Because again, we don't spill the tea on our own client. Does that make sense?
Right.
Yeah. Number three, Ariana should refuse to advise Mary on an appropriate response to the buyer's offer. She should refuse her own client giving them advice. What do you think?
True.
True. So I got false here, true here. And why should we refuse? They're our client. Why do we refuse?
Because we're in
the other
dual
person's
agency.
We're in dual agency. We can't give you advice. I'm so sorry. And then number four, Donald will be expected to recommend to the buyer that they should have an inspection and ask for all needed repairs prior to closing.
False.
Same answer. You can't give them advice.
That word recommend sounds a lot like what?
Advice.
To me, what's our answer here?
Number three.
Number three. Number three. Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes.
So I just want to remind everybody, when we're in dual agency, it doesn't matter if there is one agent representing both parties or two agents. All that matters is that we have the same firm.
One office.
In the same sales contract.
Right. That's it.
Between the buyer and the seller.
So another one. Billie Jean is a provisional broker. She's not my lover either. But she's a provisional broker affiliated with Sell for More Realty, located in Burlington. Sell for More as a firm does not offer any form of buyer agency. I want you to read that sentence again. Sell for More does not offer buyer agency. Take it at face value. Does Sell for More represent the buyer in this transaction? No, because they don't offer what?
Buyer agency.
For buyer agency, okay? Billie Jean holds an open house at one of the office listings, and buyer Latrice shows up, who does not have an agent, and asks Billie Jean if she would assist Latrice in making an offer to purchase the property. Billie Jean does so. What type of agency relationship is this? Is this, number one, exclusive seller agency? Is this, number two, exclusive buyer agency? Is this, number three, transactional brokerage? Or is this, number four, dual agency?
Number one.
Must say
Exclusive seller agency.
Folks, if you said number one, You deserve a margarita this afternoon.
Ah.
Because it is so easy to fall into the trap. How many of you feel like before today you would have definitely said that's dual agency because they got both sides of the transaction?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But what was the key to that right there? Sell for more doesn't offer what?
Buyer agency.
Buyer agency. And if they don't
Very
offer buyer
good.
agency, that means the buyer can't hire them. And if the buyer can't hire them, but the seller has, we're right back at exclusive seller agency, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
That's exclusive seller agency. Good. Very good. Very good.